Go ahead.
Are you ready, Judge? Ready? Okay. Good morning. Today is Monday, December 12th, 2022. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salou. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce the Pledge of Allegiance students for today?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So I'm very happy to present Ms. Nora Ruiz's first grade class from Tornillo Elementary School. I believe that they are online. Hopefully they'll turn on their camera, and there they are. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Ruiz. Thank you so much for making your students available. And good morning, students.
Please rise for the Pledge of
You're
Allegiance.
welcome.
We're ready for you.
Okay. Ready for second? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now for the Texas land, honor the Texas land, and pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you very much. That was a great job. Thank you for being. I don't think there's anything as nice as starting our days like that. So thank you, Commissioner Holguin, and thank you for being with us. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, students. Bye-bye.
And
Thank you.
now we will receive an invocation by Pastor Artie Maxwell.
Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning to each of you. Let us come together and pray. Eternal God, we come to you this morning. We pray that you will guide us along the way. We ask for your guidance as we do the work that is set forth to our hands for this day. Satisfy the needs that need to be met during this meeting. Strengthen us as we make tough decisions. We pray that we will be able to be like-minded and be like a well-watered garden. May we find ourselves doing all that has been set before us. God of peace, we invite you into the presence of this meeting. Even if we have differences of opinion, give us unity of spirit. Even if we find ourselves finding it hard to listen, help us to listen to each other politely. And help us to understand each point of view. Help us to work as a unified team in combining ideals for a great outcome for this community. Help us to work as a whole rather than individuals. Help us not to try to promote our own goods, but our own agendas, but a unified agenda. And may we have a spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together as we share a common mission to unite this community. We ask this now in your blessed name. Amen.
Amen. Pastor, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. It's very special that we have you here and starting our week like that, and your kind words and your guidance. We really appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor.
Judge, would you like to make any opening comments before we begin? with
Yes,
the
I'd like to welcome. We have a lot of great friends and great resolutions today. I'm pretty excited about the resolutions. We all get excited about recognizing, but today I think it's even more special that the individuals that we're recognizing today. So on behalf of myself and our commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. We thank you for being part of our government process, and like we encourage you to be here at Commissioners Court. So thank you very much for being here today, and I know you're going to have a wonderful day and have a very blessed week as well. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AI. We have a request to delete item 4K. Item 4K is approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Workforce Development Services Agreement with Project Arriba in the amount of $150,000 from October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023. Funding is available in General Fund, G Admin, Contract Services, Project Arriba EP. Contract number 2022-1064. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for
Commissioners,
further
any
discussion?
items? Hearing none, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 5, resolutions. 5A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing University Medical Center and Texas Tech physicians of El Paso for their strong partnership and for achieving recognition from the American College of Surgeons National Surgical Quality Improvement Program for their meritorious outcomes for surgical patient care in 2021.
Commissioner Stout?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. I have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. I know we have UMC's CEO, Jacob Cintron, out there, and I see Dr. Tyrock back there as well. Welcome to y'all. I'll read the resolution, and as I do so, you want to come to the podium and you can say a few words. It reads, whereas University Medical Center and Texas Tech physicians of El Paso continue their collaborative work to provide world-class health care for our region, and whereas on November 8th, the American College of Surgeons National Surgical Quality Improvement Program, ACS-NSQIP, has recognized University Medical Center of El Paso as one of 78 hospitals of an eligible 607 hospitals nationwide, and one of only 6 in Texas that have achieved meritorious outcomes for surgical patient care in 2021. And whereas, as a participant in ACS-NSQIP, UMC is required to track the outcomes of inpatient and outpatient surgical procedures and collect data that assesses patient safety, which is used to continue improving the quality of surgical care. And whereas University Medical Center of El Paso and Texas Tech physicians of El Paso have demonstrated their exceptionally strong level of partnership that has again brought recognition to El Paso, the home of medical care excellence. And whereas the 78 hospitals that received this distinction nationally were based on their outstanding composite quality score across 8 areas, which include mortality, unplanned intubation, ventilator greater than 48 hours, renal failure, cardiac incidents, cardiac arrest and myocardial infarction, respiratory pneumonia, surgical site infections, superficial and deep incisional and organ space surgical site infections, or urinary tract infection. And whereas ACS-NSQIP is the only nationally validated quality improvement program that measures and enhances the care of surgical patients, and whereas ACS-NSQIP is a major program of the American College of Surgeons and is currently used in nearly 850 adult and pediatric hospitals, and whereas UMC is home to the region's only Level 1 Trauma Center and Joint Commission certified Level 1 Comprehensive Stroke Center, where the highest level of surgical care is the standard. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that El Paso County recognizes UMC and Texas Tech for their strong partnership and for achieving recognition from the American College of Surgeons National Surgical Quality Improvement Program for meritorious outcomes for surgical patient care in 2021. Signed this 12th day of December, 2022, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Jacob, Mr. Cintron, go ahead.
So Jacob Cintron, President and CEO of El Paso County Hospital District, and with me is Dr. Alan Tyrock. If I mentioned all his titles, it'd be too long, but he's our chief over surgery, over trauma surgery, and I think almost everything else. But first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Stout for recognizing this achievement that UMC has accomplished along with their partners, Texas Tech. And secondly, I want to thank the court because you all have always been supportive of UMC. You know, we thank our physicians, we thank our staff, but always remember that none of this would have been possible without the support we get from the court. And for that, we're eternally grateful, and thank you so much. Now, this is something that's really special. Out of 607 eligible hospitals, only 78 received this recognition. And we're only one of 6 in the state of Texas that received this recognition. But we're only one of 3 in the state of Texas that received this recognition in both categories, all surgeries and high risk. And for that, we thank Dr. Tyrock and his team and their amazing hands. You know, they are not only amazing in the surgeries they produce, it's evidenced by fact that when they look at our studies and the results of these surgical cases, that the outcomes are amazing. And so Dr. Tyrock and his team, all the different surgical specialties we have at UMC, with Texas Tech, have really produced a great deal of amazing results for our community here. For that, we're very grateful. I would like to say that not only thanking Dr. Tyrock, but also Dr. Lang, who's president of the Texas Tech University here in El Paso. We have a great working relationship. The things they do require a good UMC staff to support them and a lot of capital. But at the end of the day, it results in saved lives or lives with better outcomes. So I'm really glad that Dr. Tyrock is here to speak to this. I'll now pass it to Dr. Tyrock.
Thank you.
Welcome, Doctor.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Commissioner Stout. Thanks, all of y'all. So first of all, the thing to emphasize, it's a team effort to make this happen. It's not the surgeons by themselves, for sure. We're a small part of that entire team. It's the nurses, it's the CRNAs, the anesthesiologists. It's, yes, the Texas Tech surgeons, but it's also the UMC surgeons as well as the private surgeons. They're all into this data analysis. The 2 people I do want to recognize who aren't here today is one is Cindy Madrid Martinez. She's the nurse coordinator. She's the one that has to go through every single chart to do the abstraction. So we don't use discharge data, which a lot of other things they analyze, like leapfrog and stuff. We don't use that for the ACF. She actually goes through the chart. If she has questions, she calls the surgeons and things like that. The other person who couldn't be here, was supposed to be here, is Dr. Alonzo Andrade. He's the NISQIP champion for UMC. Fortunately, he had a family emergency yesterday, so he asked if I would step in. So Dr. Andrade and Ms. Martinez Madrid are the ones that really analyze this data, and it's really risk stratified, and that's also important. What he did not mention, what Jacob didn't mention, we've actually received, UMC received this award in the last 4 years, 3 years running.
Wow.
If you're asking who are the 3 hospitals in the state of Texas who received both categories, UMC, Brooke Army Medical Center, and MD Anderson. These are usually affiliations with academic medical centers, and that's the relationship we have. There's only 2 hospitals in El Paso that actually even participate in NISQIP. It's UMC and William Beaumont Army Medical Center. So that just tells you how we're raising the quality of care in the region. I must also mention that El Paso Children's Hospital will be participating in the pediatric NISQIP, which is a newer part. So we'll start seeing data very soon from Children's Hospital on that. So once again, thank you so much. Have a Merry Christmas and New Year. Thank you.
And Jacob, I know you've always very complimentary to our commissioner's court, but the way you respond and the way the quality of care that you're wanting, and like our doctor here, he's been here before, and we really appreciate his words and recognizing, you know, your team. But you're very responsive to our, you know, what our requests are. You know, this idea of a county hospital it's gone, kind of. You're now at that competitive level. It's no wonder we got like 70% are actually insured, and more individuals prefer. It's the hospital of choice here in El Paso, and that takes a lot of work. I know your team back there is amazing as well, and everybody trying to pull together. So we're very thankful that we support, but then you respond in like manner, and that obviously helps us to continue that. And so I hope the community recognizes the caliber of the hospital compared to any place in the country. And so very proud. We're very proud that we're in some way, somehow, help you and your team to be successful. So thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
And back to Commissioner Stout.
Thank you once again, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
So proud of y'all. Let's take a picture with the resolution, yeah.
Smiles, everyone, smiles. There we go. Beautiful. Hollywood, Hollywood.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Old Sheepdog Brewery as an outstanding local business and third-year anniversary.
Commissioner Stout.
All right. I also have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. The Old Sheepdog Brewery is an amazing place, and I can't believe it's already been 3 years, since y'all have been open. Brisa and Gus Delgado have been great hosts for many events that we have held. They're located over by Lincoln Park, El Paso's Chicano Park, and they provide a great venue, not just for people to go and have delicious libation beer, but also great food, and I know that they also provide an amazing space for some local artists, including my girlfriend, not ex-girlfriend, my girlfriend. That was a Freudian slip, I guess. I don't know.
Can you get that off the record, please?
My girlfriend and her photography, and I know so many other artists have their art up in your space as well. It's just a welcoming space, and so I wanted to recognize y'all on your third anniversary, and so I'll read this resolution, and then we can hear from you, okay? Whereas local businesses provide opportunities for entrepreneurs, jobs for neighbors, and gathering places for communities. For the past 3 years, Old Sheepdog Brewery has gone above and beyond to celebrate El Paso. And whereas Old Sheepdog Brewery is located at 3900 Rosa Avenue in an industrial warehouse built in the 1930s in South Central, the heart of El Paso. And whereas not even a global pandemic could stop them, as Old Sheepdog Brewery opened its doors in December 2019 and 3 months later had to close due to the pandemic. However, the brewery hosted drive-by events and participated in Save El Paso Breweries events. And whereas the co-owners, Brisa and Gus Delgado, have demonstrated their love for El Paso in many ways, including highlighting some of its original neighborhoods south of the freeway with their first Barrio Love series, which included beers that celebrated Segundo Barrio, South Central, and the Lower Valley. And whereas Old Sheepdog Brewery has also supported many community initiatives and causes critical to El Paso, such as the Diocesan Migrant and Refugee Services You Belong community event to welcome migrants, fundraising for breast cancer awareness in collaboration with local car clubs and Lincoln Park Conservation Committee, and by opening up their space to local artists and vendors. And whereas this year, Old Sheepdog Brewery sponsored the El Paso County Kickoff event for Corazón, Historia y Raíces by hosting the History Showcase series of speakers. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that El Paso County recognizes Gus and Brisa Delgado, co-owners of Old Sheepdog Brewery, for their resilience, creativity, and dedication to the El Paso community. They truly brew la cerveza del pueblo. Signed this 12th day of December 2022, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. You have the floor, Gus.
Good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, we want to introduce ourselves. Our names are Brisa and Gus Delgado from Old Sheepdog Brewery. We're very honored and grateful to be here this morning with you and for the recognition that you're all providing us. When we drafted our business plan, we always thought of what we wanted to do, and there were 3 words that stood out to us, which was family, community, and El Paso. We've always wanted to highlight our city. I think there's so much to offer here, and through our beer, we plan to do just that, so we're very grateful.
Wow, I'm getting emotional, right? I want to say thank you to Commissioner Stout, to all the commissioners, to Judge Samaniego. Thank you. You guys have always supported us, and we're glad that we have opened the doors, not only for the county, but for other places that have Wow, I should have written this down, right? When we first opened the brewery, we always thought about the community. We always thought about opening our place to expose the community, the artists, to expose them, to give them a spotlight to somebody that maybe has never gotten the opportunity, not only just artists, but also like food vendors that are barely starting, musicians that are barely starting. But it went more than just that. It started more into like doing stuff for the actual community, such as the DMRS, which were for the migrants. We went out and helped out the community of Juarez when the freeze happened here in Texas and they got affected. We single-handedly provided 98 families with water, not just coming from us, but of course from the city itself, the community, coming in from donations. We've donated also to the Chihuahua Raramuri community, which is the Tarahumara community. And then here locally, we've helped from the Humane Society on adopting long-time residents of them by putting them on beer cans, but also by helping out other organizations such as the Rio Grande Cancer Foundation, a foundation of entrepreneur women like Chica Chat,
to name a few.
To name a few, right? And many others. And we just want to say that, you know, this will continue, and hopefully we'll even be bigger in helping out just the community but the state, and hopefully we could make a good name for El Paso. And again, thank you very much for this honor.
You know, it's just amazing. This is like the prototype. Can you imagine? This is a small business that does probably more than huge businesses. There's been companies that come in here and they leave and don't leave a footprint. And here's a small business that from every dimension, helping local artists, you know, the charities that you're involved in, the relationship in a binational level. I mean, this would be the prototype of every business. And, you know, this is, when you get there, and I take people, it's like they've never done a tour in their life. It's like it's a first tour. They come in, they talk to me and the persons that I'm with. They take them to see everything that they've done with so much passion and excitement. So every individual that walks in there is treated like they're the only person there that had showed up. And so I'm very blessed to have met you, and I'm very glad that the commissioner brought this resolution. Like I said, if more organizations thought like that and gave back to the community like you do, you know, our opportunity to have a better quality of life and not have to spend you know, our tax money as much as we do, that the private industry comes in and helps out like that. So we thank you for everything that you do for our community. If you haven't been there, it's quite a treat, from the museums in the front to everything that happens from upstairs and the glass blowing and all these things. So it's an amazing gem that I hope more and more people discover. It's not, I don't want it to be a hidden gem. Okay? I want it to be a very well known. And thank you also, because they partner a lot with other businesses and they communicate with each other, you know, with restaurants, and they talk about how do we improve what we do here in our community. So very fortunate that you're in business and the way you've approached it and your philosophy behind that. So thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, thank you all once again, and congratulations. Also want to thank you for taking such good care of one of my staffers, Cynthia Renteria, Dr. Cynthia Renteria, who just, by the way, graduated yesterday with her doctoral degree in Borderlands history. I know that if she's not answering her phone or I can't find her, I just need to go to the Sheepdog Brewery and I'll catch up with her. But again, thank you all very much for all that you do, not just by, you know, delighting our palates with what you produce, but everything else you do in the community. Can we take a picture with the resolutions? Thank you.
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Edward Powell Jr., Sonny, for his incredible musicianship since 1956 in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. This is very, very special. I happen to believe that no better talent comes out of El Paso. And if you want to, please come up here, because I think it'll be nice to have you here. Thank you. Well, it's my honor and privilege, and I think we'll be talking about this amazing musician that I don't know if there was a bigger heart that I know of. But if you want to invite everyone else, I'd be glad to have them. Yeah, thank you. If I did this in honor of Sonny, I would sing it, but you wouldn't want to do that, okay? I'd rather just say the resolution. So, where Sonny Powell, also known as Edward Powell Jr., was born on May the 11th, 1942 in Waco, Texas. His parents moved to El Paso when he was just 18 months old. As a young boy, he learned to cook, iron, wash dishes, and tend to his 3 younger siblings. And whereas all those responsibilities that didn't keep him out of trouble, Edward Powell attended reform school, and when he returned, he found his passion and was determined to become a performing musician. And where Sonny first started in a small band of 5, and after a few years of performing, he joined a group of 9 other musicians and became known as the Night Dreamers. The Night Dreamers would perform as many local charity functions, and were also part of hosting outreaches in the El Paso community. And whereas one of Sonny's favorite phrases was, ni más rico, ni más pobre, not any more richer, nor any more poor. Whereas Sonny helped many young men become musicians through the years and mentored young aspiring musicians, the Night Dreamers recorded several songs like I Just Do, Wisdom of a Fool, and Otis Redding's Mr. Pitiful was made Sonny well known for Chuco. And whereas Sonny passed peacefully on August 19, 2022, at the age of 80, leaving the love of his life of 60-plus years, Sonny is survived by his only siblings, his children, his son-in-laws, his grandchildren, and great-children that loved him very much. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court celebrates and recognizes Edward Powell Jr. for his incredible legacy as a musician, father, and his outreach in the community of El Paso County. Signed this 21st day of December, 2022.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, thank you, and I'd love to hear from all of you. I can tell you, no bigger heart, no bigger musician. It was just amazing, so I'm very proud. So if you would love to hear from the family. Yvonne?
I told you earlier, I tried very hard to get him recognized because I didn't want him to go unknown because he took El Paso as his home and he sang with pride. When my dad sang, he sang with his heart. And he wasn't biased. When he saw people out in the street, he always stopped. "Hey, Sonny," they would say, and he'd say, "Hey, can I take a picture with you?" "Sure." And he'd give his things to whomever was close to him, and he'd stop and smile. His favorite thing to say was, "It's not going to come out very clear. Va a ser una mancha." But he would smile for everybody and take a picture with you. It didn't matter what he was doing, he would stop. And we would say, "Dad, you know somebody everywhere." It didn't matter where we went, out of town. It didn't matter. We would all stop and say, "Oh, there's somebody that knows Dad." It's been very hard for every last one of us, my mom especially. And we appreciate the fact that you've done this for him. And for Pee Wee making this connection for us.
You know, and Sonny's one of those that you have to honor him, and sometimes, you know, because things move fast and we don't get the opportunity to do something like that, but I would have really hated that the community didn't know about Sonny, and, you know, he's got a great CD that's out that you'll really understand his talents and his ability to just pour his heart out. And I don't think I ever saw him either not happy and moving around and with a smile. I don't never recall anything but bringing light into the world. So I'm very glad that we're able to do this. So Kelly, you want to say a few words for us?
Yes, I do miss him an awful lot. She was here with me, but unfortunately, he left. And I stayed with all my children, my grandchildren, or our great-grandchildren. And we all miss him a lot, and I will never forget the years that we spent together. It was 65 years, and that's almost an eternal life together. Yeah. And I would tell him, when he would tell me, "I'm ready to go," I would say, "Don't go, Sonny, because I don't know how to live without you." But unfortunately, he couldn't help it. So he left. And I just prayed that one day we will meet together again, and we will be together. And I will never forget all the things that he did. And he was... he would never say no to nobody.
Absolutely.
In whatever, you know. He was very loving and very friendly with everybody. And those are things you cannot forget.
Thank you. There's a lot of music going on in heaven right
Yes.
now, I can guarantee you.
Almost everybody in El Paso, every musician had sing with him or play with him.
Yes.
Because he would never say no to nobody.
Monday's difficult, but I did get a lot of calls, like from Chuy Flores
Yes.
and all his friends.
He
and-
taught a lot of them,
Absolutely.
including my brother, Chuy Flores, and among others. And he would teach him how to play, because in some kind of way he would know how to play everything. But even though he didn't study it, but he knew how to play, and he knew how to teach people. And my brother was very young when he took him with the Shirelles to play with him. And they traveled all around. I don't know how many places they traveled to, but he was with the Shirelles. And it was something he really loved, and so I never told him not to play. That was his life.
Well, thank
aside
you.
from us.
Thank you for supporting and honoring him. We used to say, he's our James Brown.
Yes,
There's this
yes,
other
he
James
is.
Brown. Our James Brown is Sonny. So we really love that.
As a matter of fact, he named one of our children, one of our boys, James, James
And Richard.
and Richard. Both of them have their names in some kind of way. One is Richard and one is Sonny. They call him Little Sonny, and even though he's big, but.
Oh, not that big.
But
Well, thank you.
I want to thank you guys, for doing this for my dad. Okay, like they said, he's soul to soul of El Paso, and we greatly miss him. And it didn't matter where, when he was going to play somewhere, everybody would ask me, let me know where, let me know when, because we never know when we're not going to see him sing again. So we want to be there for him, Like they used to say, they come up and tell me, hey, your dad used to live in Juarez, or he was born in Juarez. My dad wasn't born in Juarez. Es porque se juntaban la cres. So, he had a lot of people, good people behind him, and as well as us right here, his family. And I really, really thank you guys so much for doing this for him, because he needed it.
It's very special, and, I would like to continue because we want to honor musicians, and I think he would be the perfect person, and then honor the other musicians that were here in El Paso. They're amazing, so go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, same
Hi.
here. I thank every single one of you. I thank my sister and Pee-wee for doing this for my dad. It's very hard. I want to say that I am grateful to be the only one that was able to sing with my dad. I really miss him a lot, and like I said, I really thank every single one of you for it.
I miss him too, believe me. No? Okay. Well, we thank you so much, and I'm so glad. Like I said, it's something that I don't want it to end here. I think he deserves the recognition and more about him because we have an amazing talent in El Paso. And, the Night Dreamers was like so iconic. I just can't, like you said, everybody either played with him, sang with him, played with him somehow, from Bobby Rosales and all the different groups that became other groups afterwards were because of Sonny. So I thank you.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner?
Along those lines, I just wanted to let you all know, I'm not sure if you're aware, but my office, together with our Economic Development Department and a number of historians here locally, are producing a group of tours, informational tours about El Paso's history. It's called Corazón, Historia y Raíces. And Sonny is one of the musicians that is being highlighted by Dr. David Romo in the upcoming walking tour at the Coliseum, and it talks about local important musicians that have left a legacy here in El Paso. And he was also mentioned in a tour that we had this weekend, the Pachuco Lowrider Tour that was also led by Dr. David Romo. They took us down to South El Paso and showed us the mural that was painted where Sonny is depicted with his band, a mural done by, I think, Simi Alvarado. And so just want you to know that we're going to continue to highlight his legacy in El Paso. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. That means a lot to the family, and I think it's going to mean a lot to El Paso. Thank you for that, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. One of my daughters is in the Art Association of El Paso, and she's also doing something to that effect.
Black History Month this year, the History Museum will be producing a charrette with all the people of El Paso, all the famous people, or all the things that happened during that time, and actually up until current day. That'll be in the month of February. I hope you all go and check that out.
Thank you. And whatever we could do, and I know Commissioner will promote that as well, so whatever we could do, he's a very special man.
Yeah, we're going to make sure that, I want to make sure that he gets showcased during that.
We thank you for that. So once again, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, they can.
Everybody knows.
Yo también, yo soy familia. And then I stay.
Item 5D, approve and adopt a resolution in support of establishing a law school in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Marcela? Before we start the resolution, I just want to emphasize the amount of work that Ray and his team have. It's just amazing. It's when it ain't going to stop, so nothing's going to stop them until this happens. So I just want to paraphrase that before we get started. Whereas within the county of El Paso, the city of El Paso is the sixth largest city in Texas without a law school. And yet there are at least 2 law schools in Texas within cities 1/4 or less the population size of El Paso. Whereas within the county of El Paso, the city of El Paso is the only city of the 50 largest metropolitan areas in the United States without a law school. Whereas all the law schools within the state of Texas are located 345 miles to 747 miles from the county, and attending law school creates a financial hardship on the citizens of the county. And whereas the State Bar of Texas situates El Paso's Metroplex number 9 out of 10 Metroplexes with the least number of attorneys per capita, 1 per 656 residents, compared to the number 1 Metroplex, which is Austin, Round Rock, with 1 attorney per 170 residents. And whereas a citizen group has formed the purpose of advocating for the establishment of a law school in El Paso called the El Paso Law School Initiative. And whereas the El Paso Law School Initiative has received the public support of the City of El Paso Community College, the school districts of El Paso, Isleta, Socorro, Canutillo, El Paso Bar Association, Mexican-American Bar Association, Young Lawyers Association, the Great El Paso Board of Realtors, and others. And whereas the State Representative Evelina Lina Ortega has filed House Bill 157 with the State Representative Bill Moody, Mary Gonzalez, Claudia Ordaz as co-sponsors, calling for the establishment of a law school in El Paso County. and whereas Commissioners Court believes county residents would benefit by establishment of a law school in El Paso County through increased educational opportunity, jobs, and the expansion of access justice. Now therefore be resolved, the El Paso County Judge and Commissioner Court hereby support. Commissioner Court supports the efforts of the El Paso Law School Initiative to establish a law school within the County of El Paso. The establishment of a law school within the County of El Paso will be listed as a support measure in the county's legislative agenda for the 88th legislative session. The county judge is authorized to sign letters in support of the efforts of the El Paso Law School Initiative and House Bill 157. Signed this 12th day of December, 2022.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Mancera?
Good morning. Thank you, Judge Samaniego, for the sponsorship of this important resolution. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Stout, for your support. We were here 2 years ago, and we appreciate the support. We did notify the House when we submitted the resolutions. We also want to thank, of course, Representative Lina Ortega for her sponsorship once again of this important bill. She sponsored it in the session of 2017, in 2019, and also in 2021. She was successful, in fact, last session, that she was able not only to get it out of the Higher Education Committee, but onto the floor of the House, and it passed unanimously. We hope to have the same results on the Senate side. We want to thank former Senator Rodriguez, who sponsored, in fact, the Senate bill in 2017 and 2019. Senator Cesar Blanco, who is now our senator, we want to lend him all the support we have, because that has been probably the one that we have had a difficulty in the Senate. And we also, of course, want to thank the people that are here with us, that they have been relentless in support of this law school, especially Jenna Monteros to my right, and Oscar Ramirez in the back. We actually drove out there twice to testify, 3 minutes each, that's all they give you, to testify before the House. But I also want to thank Commissioner Stout, David Stout, for stopping by last session and offering your support for the House bill. The support, as you mentioned in your resolution, has been broad. School districts, and the city of El Paso, other taxing entities. But what I am very enthused about and interesting is the Juarez Bar Association, Colegio y Barra de Abogados de Ciudad Juárez, and also the law school in Ciudad Juárez, because our idea is to make this an international law school. And before I talk about that, I want to go ahead and say that the idea of having the law school, we just don't want another cookie-cutter law school. And when we mentioned to the House and to the representatives that we wanted an international law school, that is the one thing that caught their attention. Mm-hmm. And I think that has been successful because indeed, El Paso, one of the largest metroplex, Ciudad Juárez and El Paso in the world, deserves to have a premier school that deals with international law. It's a natural for us to have that. So I just want to let you all know, thank you very much for your support, and also that we would like to ask that even though you have supported us, I don't know what has to be done, that you could actually instruct your lobbyist, paid lobbyist, to actively support and talk to the senators and the House representatives to support that 24/7, because they're there 24/7, we're not. But it would mean so much for the Senator Blanco and Senator Lina Ortega to have that support from the county lobbyist, and I'm going to ask the same thing of the city lobbyist, to make every effort to coordinate with you, keep you up to date, and keep us up to date. So what can we do other than going to testify? So thank you so much again for your support, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ray. Janet, do you
Thank you, Ray, and thank each of you commissioners for bringing this to the forum, and County Judge Samaniego. This endeavor has been going on for decades. The first time I remember El Paso approaching the legislature was 20 years ago. I testified before Irma Rangel's Higher Education Committee at that point in time. This was over 20 years ago. And Judge Salas Mendoza was there, and I can't remember the other individual's name, but we were all there in support of El Paso's law school. So this has been going on for a while. If anything I can derive from our experiences is that El Paso persists. That's the message we want to send to Austin. El Paso persists. We're going to get that law school, and it's for the entire community and even the state of New Mexico and Juarez. So we're here to thank you very much for your attention to this and the fact that we're still here. We're going to persistently be here, and we're going to be there in Austin because we want our law school. We want our law school because it's an asset to the state of Texas, a financial asset. And it's an economic driver, and we can't let others dissuade us from that. It will be an economic driver in this
Absolutely.
area. Thank you.
And I thank you above and beyond everything that you've said, but this is the uniqueness of having that kind of a law school here in El Paso, and uniqueness. And, you know, we talk a lot about the region. You know, we just finished that international run, and I was thinking, oh, my goodness, there shouldn't even be a border. I mean, everybody was just having a great time. The border was not a consideration, and I think the law school will also break down that barrier of us having that kind of relationship. You can ask Betsy when we're trying to find veterinarians and we don't have them here and they're over there and we're struggling to get them here, or we don't have enough healthcare workers you know, here, yet there's an abundance at times in Juarez. And so this breaking that barrier, I think the law school would help us with all of these things that we're dealing with, that we're acting like if the border just stops everything from happening, and it shouldn't be that way. And I think the law school will be that beacon to help us through some other challenges, from health and mental health to, you know, from the COVID and all these other things that we have to deal with as if we're two separate communities where we're not.
Right. Thank you, County Judge Samaniego. What we're talking about here is a vision, a vision that Texas has to get, and get quickly. Because you're right, we're not only talking about a law school, or like Ray says, you know, we're talking about an international import institution. We've got the law school in Juarez that is ready and willing to collaborate with us. We've got attorneys from across the border that want to learn more about our judicial system. We've got people in Las Cruces that want more interaction. So we're going to persist. If anything else, El Paso persists.
Yes, no doubt. There's no doubt. Ray?
Yes, and thank you. And Janet is a past president of the El Paso Bar Association, an attorney herself, and she has been, that's right, relentless. From day one, she has always been with us. I'd like to introduce Judge Ms. Ignacita Ramirez. She is the executive director of LULAC District 4.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, and I want to thank each and every one of you for supporting our cause. This is very important to El Paso, to Juarez, to the entire community here, that we all stand behind this law school initiative. I know that LULAC is a big proponent of higher education. We spend the majority of our time raising funds for scholarships, and we will continue to do so, and the fight will continue until the law school comes to fruition. Thank you so much.
And thank LULAC for stepping up like that. It's very important.
And Judge, I'd like to ask if you could also allow Javier Samaniego, Javier Bañales to say a few words, because he's got a personal.
He's a friend of the court, so
that's right. He's been here many years, but he's got a very personal statement, in the sense that, and he'll tell you more about it.
Thank you, Ray, and Your Honor, members of the court, thank you very much again for your support towards this initiative. LULAC, of course, is just one of many organizations that are supportive, but our support is unanimous. There are 8 LULAC councils here in El Paso. the membership of the total 80 LULAC councils is approximately 100 individuals. This might seem small, but these are all individuals that are embedded in the community organizations. We work in the city, in the county, federal government, in businesses, small businesses, homemakers. So we're embedded in the community, and so the support is there unanimously. The personal impact to me is the same within the community. There were 9 members in my family, siblings. My parents had 9 kids. 7 of them graduated from UTEP. All of us went to UTEP, and those that obtained an advanced degree, only one had to leave El Paso. And there was my brother that wanted to be a lawyer, and he went to law school in Houston. And from there, as it happens, from Houston, he was able to get an internship in Corpus Christi nearby. He became an intern with a law firm. From there, he became a member of the firm. He became a partner. Eventually, he became a judge. He became a district judge for about 24 years. He retired there in the Corpus Christi area. His family's there. His kids are there. Had there been a law school here in El Paso, the cost to our parents to have supported his education in Houston would have been spent here. And of course, more than likely, he would have made his career here, graduating and establishing himself here with a firm in El Paso and possibly becoming a district judge here as well. Who knows? But the impact there is that today that still happens. Every year, graduates from UTEP that want to pursue a career in law, they leave El Paso. And so they may come back, they may not come back, but nonetheless, the talent that leaves El Paso is important to us. And with the law school, there would be the opportunity for many, many graduates from the El Paso community to stay in El Paso and to contribute to our community. And of course, the dollars spent in the cost of that education would be spent here in El Paso. And the impact of the dollars coming to El Paso to support the law school would stay here in El Paso. The concept of the international school, I think, is unique. And so I do hope that we can be successful. And so again, LULAC organization is but one of the many organizations that is supporting that, and we'll continue that support throughout. Thank you very much for your support.
We have a tremendous respect for Javier, so having him on your team is really, and he's accurate. I mean, I have 3 of my children are attorneys, and 2 are, one in Houston and 1 in Wichita. And you're right, had they been here, the chances would have been much higher and greater and cheaper if they had been here in the law school, and that they would have gotten that binational that they're not going to get anywhere else. So you're very accurate, Javier, and thank you for supporting.
Thank you, Judge. And more people wanted to be here, but of course they work, they've got obligations. But I want to thank Mary Bowles, the chair of the Tejano Democrats of El Paso, for joining us, and also the leading community activist in El Paso, Pee-wee, better known as Marie Pierre, for coming.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you again. What can I say? I think that what Javier Bañales was talking about, it happens over and over, Judge. The number of people, the brain drain that leaves. It is amazing how our children never return. And why other cities not only do they have one law school, they not only have 2 law schools, but they have 3 law schools, like the Dallas area. Houston has 2 law schools. It's something that's not is not right. So again, that's why we are passionate, and I like what Janet Montero said, that we have been relentless on this. What I've shared with the power structure of El Paso is that we will go to the dance, meaning we're going to have a law school. The question is, who are we going to go to the dance with? So thank you so much for your support.
You're very close, so, too much work now, but we're very supportive, and I know Commissioner Stout has been very supportive. Commissioner Holguín, just want to hear from you. I know that you've been very involved in this process.
Thank you, Judge. This is a very important initiative because, as many of you all said, our students, our graduates, deserve this opportunity as much as anyone else does. I know from personal experience, law school is difficult. It is very, very difficult, but it's even so much more difficult when you're having to go through that by yourself without a family support system, like our students would have if we had a law school here in El Paso and they were able to stay here with their families. So thank you all for this very important work that you're doing on this very, very important initiative. And we'll keep being relentless because that's what El Paso does.
Could you sort of get like 3 years, because her wonderful daughter would be, like the timing would be perfect?
Well, we're timing it just right, but I hope we don't have to wait that long. But being an attorney, of course, yourself, thank you so much. You know exactly what you have to go through. You don't imagine how many people have approached us and said, you know, I decided later on to go to law school, and I was already married or had a family, but if one had been in El Paso, I would have gone to law school. And so that, again, that story repeats itself over and over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, all of you.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do not have any speakers signed up for regular public comment. We will take no action for item 6. We'd like to go ahead and move to item number 9 from Commissioners Court. Receive an update from the Planning and Development Department and the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority regarding the Pelicano widening project. And just for information, we do have a speaker signed up for this item.
Morning, Sal.
Good morning, sir.
Director of Planning and Development. This item before you is an update on the Pelicano widening project. With me today this morning is Mr. Ray Montes, the Executive Director of the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. Sorry about that. I'll pass the presentation on to Mr. Diaz, and I will also be available for any questions that the court may also have. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Ray Mateus with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. So I'm here to follow up. We, as you may recall, several months back, we came with an update on the Pelicano project, so it was time to bring this update back and provide you the latest. So that's what we're doing here today. So have a few slides. This is obviously part of your backup. Feel free to ask me any questions as we go through this. The project, I wanted to give you some project background before we dive into the status. So this project is a county project. It's included in the 2013 El Paso County Comprehensive Mobility Plan. This project is actually very unique in that it has a number of funding sources. It includes federal funds, which are particularly important for some of the things we're going to talk about here in a moment. It also includes vehicle registration fee bond proceeds from the county, state infrastructure bank loan proceeds, and El Paso water utility funds, as well as some private developer funds for some specific items that were added after the project began. The design services for this particular project have been provided by CEA Engineering Group, a local engineering firm here in El Paso. Project construction management services are being provided by the general engineering consultant team from the Camino Real RMA, which is Atkins North America. And lastly, JAR Construction, Inc. Was the low bidder on the project. They are the construction contractor for this particular project. So this is the project itself there in red. Loop 375, to orient you, Loop 375 is on the western edge of the project, and the project runs east there. So this is what we're after in terms of the project itself. We're looking at a 6-lane divided roadway with raised median, concrete pavement, curb and gutter, sidewalk, landscaping, safety illumination, storm drainage, signing, and striping. So a lot of the projects that you're seeing out there that we're working on, East Lake and the others, have a lot of these same things. So this is very much in line with some of the other projects that we've developed for you as part of the Comprehensive Mobility Plan. This project, as I mentioned, includes federal funds. Therefore, there is a role for TxDOT in this particular project, and they provide oversight. Because we are using federal funds for the construction activities, everything has to run through them because the oversight is delegated down from the feds to TxDOT. The county, of course, provides local match and owner decisions when there are questions that arise on the project. El Paso Water provided some additional funds since we're running some water lines, so they have input over their activities, and the RMA agreed to prepare and let the project for construction. And then we're also managing the construction activities as well. Here's the timeline. So back in September of 2019, the feds gave approval to advertise the project. I won't go through all of these, but we opened 5 bids. We awarded to JAR Construction, Inc., and by February, the board had authorized execution of these various agreements. The important one here for us is in March of 2020, the county and the RMA entered into an interlocal agreement whereby the county asked the RMA to manage the construction activities, and we agreed. So that's back in March. And the construction contract then followed shortly thereafter. The notice to proceed, which is an important date because that's when the construction contract actually starts, that was back in April of 2020. Here's the status then. So as many of you know, unfortunately, we've not completed this project just yet. Originally in the contract, there were 399 days that were granted to the construction contractor to complete the project. There have been an additional 130 days added. That's due to weather days, to change orders that require the addition of days to be granted and that sort of thing. So there are a total of 529 days that this construction contractor has had to complete the project. That adjusted the completion date out to July 21st of 2020. As you know, it's not done yet, so we've missed that date. So time is over 101%, while work is completed about 47%. So this construction contractor has been having some issues. So there are many major items that are still remaining to be completed. Everything you see there, from concrete to the shared use path, water, storm sewer, everything in there is not complete yet. The initial project award was over $21 million. We've added about $500,000 in change orders. Total paid to date is about $10.5 million. This last bullet is really important. So as I noted above, right now the contract completion date shows as July 21st, 2020. That means every day after the 21st accrues liquidated damages to the contractor. So that means if the contractor were to be able to finish this project, we would deduct $3,150 per day for every day over the contract date that accrues. So that's an important note there. Because we are not done yet, so let me take it a step back, actually. So as I mentioned, we are using federal funds. The RMA uses the TxDOT spec book. And the spec book basically outlines everything that the contractor is required to do. It outlines the processes and the procedures that the contractor and the RMA are to follow in the completion of a particular project. So included in there is a provision that outlines what to do when the contractor is not able to advance the project. And among the first steps, and I'll tell you, we've done quite a few other steps before getting to this one through coordination with TxDOT. But one of the major steps then is to issue what's called a notice of intent to default. And that has been issued to the contractor, to JAR Concrete, Inc. And that letter, in effect, says you have 10 days to complete actions A, B, and C. And those actions are outlined here on this slide. So these are a summary of what we've asked the contractor to complete within 10 days. And you each should by now have a copy of this 10-day letter. If you don't, please let me know and I can make sure you get a copy. So the first item, they need to submit a project recovery schedule to tell us how long it's going to take them to complete it. Second, place rebar and complete base and subgrade work in certain areas, and that's outlined within the letter in terms of those areas. They need to show proof of an order for a master water meter enclosure. As it's getting colder, there's a water valve, regulator in essence, that needs to be covered to protect it from the weather. So we need to see proof that that has been ordered. And then the last one there is implement and maintain traffic control requirements that have gone a little loose in our opinion. So those are the things that we are requiring them to complete within 10 days. So this notice was received by the contractor on December 9th of 2022, so this last Friday. So those days have begun. So following the process established in TxDOT spec book, if the contractor does not complete all of those items to the satisfaction of the RMA, then we move to the next step, which is the issuance of a written notice to the contractor and its surety that JAR Concrete is in default. And at that point then, should we get there, the RMA would default the contractor and then begin negotiations with the contractor's surety. So let me take a step back for that item as well. Part of all of these construction contracts require the contractor to bring on a surety company. And in essence, that surety company does a couple of things, but for our purposes, the most important thing is that they step into the shoes of the contractor should the contractor not be able to complete the project. So if we move to actually default the contractor, we begin negotiations with the surety company, and the surety company steps into the shoes of the contractor and completes that work. Now, whether they do that through their own forces, whether they hire another construction company to do the work, that's in essence up to them. But we would begin those negotiations if JAR Concrete cannot complete the items listed in the notice of intent to default letter that we've issued this last Friday.
Mr. Tays,
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, if
Please.
I can interrupt, that's equivalent of calling the bond, which
Yes,
you
sir.
just described. And before I forget, I just want to go back a little bit. Did the county wait too long? It seems like there's so many complaints, and the traffic, the county itself may have to step in there to help more regulate that traffic, because it's one big mess and jar. Apparently, people have been, I see it on the web all the time, they don't see anybody out there, yet the traffic's a mess and no advancement at all. Has JAR given any reasons why he's not able to complete this, even close to being on time?
Well, so along the way, there have been problems for a while, as you noted, but the RMA has been tried to be very proactive with this particular contractor. We've we've expedited payments, we've done all sorts of things to try to get this contractor back on track. In terms of what the contractor is saying, the contractor has said everything from lack of employees, he can't find the laborers, to lack of access to materials. He can't purchase the materials from some of the companies. There's been a whole slew of issues. So we've factored that in. and we can go back if you'd like. I can show you some of the points along the way where the work would stall out. We would do something and it would get back up and running, and we'd see some progress, and so we'd all be working, and then all of a sudden it would stall out again. So we've had a few of these. We've been trying to work with the contractor to the extent that we can to try to keep the project up and running, because moving to the default is a very difficult process, and it's time consuming. So if, say for example, if the contractor can't get back on track with this 10-day letter and we move to default, there will definitely not be any work for quite some time while we negotiate with the surety. So we've been trying to avoid that. I will tell you, though, because there are federal funds, and my answer is all over the place. Hopefully I'm answering some of the points that you raised earlier. Because there are federal funds involved, there's a lot of TxDOT involvement as we move to this step. So everything from coordination with TxDOT before we got to this step to the actual drafting of the 10-day letter and involvement from the feds on that point, or TxDOT at that point. So I think to answer your question, we've been aggressive with the contractor to keep him on track. Once we realized that there's a significant problem, we began coordinating with TxDOT to develop the 10-day letter, and that's how we got here today.
Okay, and your answers are really not so much for me, but the public. I drove out there several times, and it is one mess. And in the days that I've been out there, there's no activity whatsoever, and that's what the folks are telling us. There's nothing going on. When are you all going to get this finished?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we have been dealing with that for quite some time. And so your initial question asked if the county waited too long. I would note you all have pushed this, I should say, we have agreed that the RMA would do the management, right? So the question should be, did the RMA wait too long? I would argue that we tried everything that we could within our power to get this contractor back on track. And now we're at the point where it doesn't seem like he can get back on track, so that's why we're at the 10-day letter.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And if I could ask a follow-up question, Mr. Thayas, can you explain to the public when the RMA can actually step in to try to help alleviate some of the traffic issues, the traffic control issues that Commissioner Leon referenced? I know that before the default has actually been completed, the RMA is limited in what it can do because the project is still the contractors. But after, can you explain a little bit about how that works when the project is no longer the contractors and the RMA can start stepping in and remediating some of these issues?
Certainly. So what you're referring to is so I think the short answer is the contract, through the contractor, through the construction contract, the RMA turns over the entire project area to the contractor. So that contractor has control of that area. So if the RMA or the county or anybody else for that matter were to come in and start working on traffic control or anything like that, there's a concern with liability, right? So if there were a wreck after that, the contractor would say, you came in, disturbed my site, and that's what caused the wreck. So there are some liability issues that arise. Now, however, we have been all along reminding them, you have traffic control requirements, you need to take care of this, that, and the other, and it just has not quite gotten done yet. The point, though, when we can step in is upon default, right? So if we make it through the 10-day letter and he doesn't correct all of the items, at that point then, once we declare default, then we're able to step in. In fact, what we would do is we would step in, take care of all of that traffic control, and bill the surety for those activities while we're negotiating that agreement with the surety company. So that's when that would happen.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Thayas, for this update. As Commissioner Leon said, I think both of our offices receive calls regarding this project, and understandably so. The residents, it's incredibly frustrating for them to be stuck in traffic for hours at a time, every single day, and to not see any movement on this project, and it's a terrible situation. I understand that RMA has done everything that it possibly can to work with the contractor and to try to avoid the default, because that is going to make things more difficult. But unfortunately, it seems like the RMA has no option. I think the RMA has done everything that it can, but unfortunately now we have to move to this final step, and hopefully, the residents will start seeing some improvement, and this project can get finished as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am. And so, as I mentioned before, The county has entered into that agreement with the RMA. So if you are receiving constituent calls, please feel free to forward them my way. I'm happy to answer those calls, happy to meet with your constituents and let them know, where we are and the process to date. I'm happy
Thank
to do
you.
all that, please.
Oh, yes, we see the information on the screen. Thank you so much for that.
And Raymond, we thank you for the partnership. It's been amazing, and you stepping in and for this update. And I respect that sort of catch-22. Do you expedite the situation, but then now you've got less work being done? And I think you needed to get to that point where you've done everything that you can, and then now we're proceeding in a different direction. But I do understand the complexity of having to, figure out what's the best outcome. And we're, at the county, we've always been very supportive of partnerships, and so we want to help the contractor as much as we can, and until you tell us that maybe we need to go into a different situation. So it's not an easy task. So I don't know, Sal, I don't know if you have any other additional comments or...
No, good morning, Judge. Sal Alonso, for the record. No, I think Mr. Tejas wrapped up what ongoing activities and where we're at from where we began to today, this morning. And again, we do echo that we have done everything we feel that can be done. But I know to the public, it seems like nothing's been done. But we do want to assure the public that, we are working. It's just behind the scenes on trying to get things back on track. So again, I'm available for any additional questions that the court or even if the public may have.
No, I think the bottom line is now safety, that
Yes.
that as we're trying to figure things out, that the public is safe, and, the signage and everything is not in a situation that makes anybody vulnerable. So
No,
we thank you for that.
and we do have our not our inspectors through the county, but the inspectors through the GEC out there on a daily basis. So they are monitoring, make sure that the traffic control is up, and if barrels are missing, we do reach out to the contractor to make sure that either to clean them or if some are missing. But we do have somebody monitoring the traffic control measures because that, like you're saying, that safety is the number one priority, especially on this project. We want to make sure that there's visible, there's signage and all that. But we do have our eyes on that.
Thank you, Sal. And today was just, I know we're going to be having to do other things, but today was just bringing it up to date and letting us know. So we thank you. No action taken at this time, but we're...
I've got a question. I understand that the company, provided that they've been having issues with supply chain and things like that and labor, but is that something that we've corroborated, or is there a way to for them to prove that to you or to us?
Yes, so on material supply issues, if there is an issue and a contractor claims that, there's a spelled out procedure within the spec book that says you have to provide confirmation from the supplier, and then seek those materials through other suppliers that are in the area to confirm that, in fact, it's not just a supplier is refusing to provide you materials, it's all suppliers don't have access to it. So those are required. We have received some documentation. One of the issues that we've had throughout the majority of this contract is receiving documentation. So that's one thing where we've heard there are materials issues, but have not received the paperwork that would justify those claims.
Okay. I also want to ask, since you all are the ones that are contracting with them, not directly the county, because it just seems to me that, if it's not those issues, or if they can't produce the documentation, it doesn't seem to me like this is a company that the county or the RMA should be contracting with in the future. Is there some way to legally disqualify them from being?
I was just going to step in. Hi, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I think for the purposes of this item, it's outside the scope for discussion.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask that we not go into those issues at this time. Certainly, we could talk offline, but that's not appropriate for this item. And the only other thing I was just going to reiterate, and I think you just stated that right now, was just the contract for these services are directly between the RMA and JAR. And so that's where it gets a little bit messy in terms of I hear you getting the complaints, but as Mr. Thea says, all of those should be directed to his office for follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Judge,
Thank
and we
you.
do have a speaker on the line, Adrian Pettis, who would like to comment on this item.
Absolutely.
Hello, good morning to Commissioners Court.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me here. I live over here on the far east side for, all my life, but we did move over here in the Pelicano area about 6 years ago. And I guess 3 years ago when this project started, we were all excited about it. But from the time it started, maybe halfway through, it's been a mess. I mean, I called Holguin's office, I've emailed them, and she's been really, really responsive. And I want to thank her and her staff's work, because they're really, really responsive. But I know that 6 months ago or 5 months ago, there was the same meeting that we had, and it was on YouTube, and these guys came up here and said that everything was fine. That they did good work, and now we're here. And I think that we do need to move forward to, I guess it's a 10-day window where they got to, I guess, move to default, because nothing's getting done. I think that they mentioned that the contractor was a low bidder. I mean, why are we getting the lowest bid? That was probably a red flag right away. When I saw it right now on the screen on the PowerPoint, why would we take the lowest bid? That's I guess the work we're getting when we take the lowest bid. But I do want to thank you guys for moving forward, and hopefully it does get resolved. As far as safety, it's not safe over here on this side, on Pelicano. Barrels are moved, sandbags are moved, barriers are moved, people are flying down the middle of the road. And I got to tell myself, and I got to tell my wife, and I got to tell my kids, just be patient. When you're in traffic, be patient. Don't let it get to you, because it is dangerous out here. Pelicano and Mission Ridge, that temporary road, it is dangerous. People are running red lights. There's no sheriff squad cars available, to see these people doing it. But I do thank all the other people who are being patient, who are standing in line, who are waiting to get through, because there's a handful of people that just don't care. I even saw a school bus full of kids flying down the middle. Just, everybody's at a slow move, and school buses flying down the middle of kids. So if you guys want to say that we're doing things for it to be safe, it's not safe. Like I said, I want to thank Ms. Holguin's office for her hard work, Mr. Leon for voicing your concerns, the rest of the County Commissioners Court, minus Mr. Robinson. I'm not sure where he's been this whole year, but like I said, thank you, and let's go. Let's just move forward. Let's move forward, not look back, and let's just fix it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adrian, for taking time to comment on this. Thank you.
And Judge, if I can.
Yes, Commissioner Leon.
A request, when the folks call our office and they're talking to us, we can refer them to you all, but they don't want to hear that. They say, we're talking to you, we want to answer. So maybe you can send us all a fact sheet so we don't misquote anything that the organization is doing, that we may be promising something that, or quoting something, a date that's incorrect. So like the gentleman just said, when they call our office, they don't want to be referred, they want to talk to us.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, sir. I'll put one together and get it out to you late today.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question about the liquidated damages?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know they've been accruing since July. I think the date was July 21st. Do they stop accruing, for example, when the default becomes final and the project is taken back by the RMA from the contractor? Do they stop? When do they stop? I'm trying to figure out in my mind how much in liquidated damages is going to accrue.
So that'll be part of the negotiation with the surety company. But I will mention, too, that date, July 21st, that could shift if the contractor were to provide the documentation that I mentioned earlier about materials or otherwise. That date could shift a little, but the point is the liquidated damages take effect upon the one day after the date that the contract should have been completed.
Okay, so they don't necessarily stop accruing once the default is finalized and the project is taken back by the RMA. Okay.
Raymond, Sal, thank you very much. This is a great update, and I'm sure glad the public really needs to understand this, so
Wish I had
thank you.
better news, but thank you all. I appreciate
Raymond,
it.
Sal,
I'm
thank
happy
you.
to come back at any point as well in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Back to the regular order, item number 7 from the regular agenda. Receive a quarterly report from R. Jacob Cintron, President and Chief Executive Officer of the El Paso County Hospital District, and take appropriate action.
Good morning.
Welcome back, Jacob.
Jacob Cintron, CEO and President of the El Paso County Hospital District. We will be giving you a quarterly update as to how we're doing and actually towards the end of the fiscal year. If we could. First, we're going to talk about University Medical Center. As you can see here, there's 2 slides of physicians that have been added to UMC. Some of these physicians are brought on by Texas Tech. Others are community physicians that have joined us or that have been employed by UMC. In it, you will see key service lines represented by them include oral maxillofacial surgery, cardiology, vascular surgery, primary care, and geriatric medicine. These are the second slide of those physicians. The vascular surgeon is here to help Dr. Edinian since our volume has grown. As you can see, this young-looking doctor, Dr. Jose Luis at the bottom right, Dr. Jose Luis Aguirre, board-certified internist and geriatric medicine. This is our part in terms of being able to build up our geriatric physician supply for the geriatric clinic that we intend to build at some point soon. We also want to recognize our partnership statistics with Texas Tech. People forget that the relationship with Texas Tech and UMC started back in 1973. So this year marks the 50th anniversary of that relationship. Through this affiliation agreement, today we currently provide funding for 291 Texas Tech residents and fellows that specialize in a host of specialties to become doctors that are able to practice on their own. We also have about 300 Texas Tech medical students that also get some of their training through UMC. It is these additions that we've done in our partnership with Texas Tech that have really helped us grow from general care to very specialized care in numerous areas. And so we're really proud of that relationship. In terms of national recognition, you heard earlier this morning about the NSQIP recognition, meritorious surgical outcomes by Dr. Tyrock. The America's Essential Hospital also had awarded UMC for its COVID-19 innovations as a Gage Award recipient. Now, part of this could not have been done without the support of our commissioners and our judge. Recall that many of you would ask, are we taking care of areas that are underserved? At your urging, we created the hub at the Coliseum that helped us vaccinate a large number of people in our community. Additionally, through Judge Samaniego, there was that push to help those across the border that were getting vaccinated through vaccines allotted by the state to be able to help our neighbors across the Rio Grande. So we're really proud of those things. And additionally, we were recertified as a Level 1 trauma center, and we were also recertified by Joint Commission as a comprehensive and Level 1 stroke center. So we're proud of those as well. In terms of events that we've had for the first time since COVID struck in 2019, we had our district family summer picnic at Memorial Park. We had all our partners there, University Medical Center, El Paso Children's, El Paso Health, and the foundations as well. And it was really nice. It was a beautiful day, but it also allowed us to sort of get back to some level of normalcy. We also in October had our community mammography programs as well as our ongoing vaccinations. In this, we were able to provide hundreds of mammograms for those in our community, especially those that might not get one due to the financial commitment, and we made sure we took care of them as well. Additionally, there was a Viva El Paso Medical Interpreters event. We have a large number of medical interpreters. This is a big difference. Sometimes, I speak Spanish, but I don't know the medical terminology, so there's a certain certification that's done through our interpreters through various languages. And so this was a way to celebrate our medical interpreters that cover a variety of different languages for UMC. So we're very proud of our partnership with them. Additionally, just some information. I know Cindy Stout is going to be talking about El Paso Children's, and they're going to talk about RSV and flu. For us, year-to-date, for this fiscal year, we've had 929 individuals that have been treated for flu versus a year ago, 68. Nonetheless, those hospitalized are at 55 versus year ago, 68. So from a hospitalization standpoint, we're doing fine, but we can obviously see that the increase in terms of flu has really increased in our community as well as throughout the country. In terms of COVID, we were down to as low as 2, at some points even 0 of number of patients in our hospital with a COVID diagnosis. Today we're at 27. So we're starting to see that little upswing. So you're seeing an increase in flu, RSV, and COVID. So more than ever, we have to be diligent in terms of encouraging people for hand washing and masking. Now with that, I'd like to turn it over to Cindy Stout as the CEO for El Paso Children's Hospital.
Thank you, Jacob. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see you all on this Monday morning. I want to share with you all some of the statistics that we are seeing at El Paso Children's Hospital, in particular to the respiratory season. What you're looking at here is the blue bar is the November 22 RSV numbers. You can see that we've had 568 confirmed cases. October last month, we had 393 cases. The orange bar is a comparison from 2021. What is most striking, though, is out of those 568 cases of confirmed in November of 2022, about 50% of those children require admission. You've probably heard nationwide, as well as throughout Texas and here locally, that we are seeing a huge respiratory season for our children. They don't have the immunity built up over the last couple of years. They haven't had the exposure to the different viruses, and consequently what we're seeing is all of our hospitals are full, especially from a children's perspective. If you look at the flu numbers, you'll see that in November alone we had 447 confirmed flu cases. I can share with you all that in December we will very easily surpass the November numbers. Again, putting a strain on the resources of the hospital. While we are very fortunate that all of our staff members, all of our physicians have stepped up to continue to care for the children, we're at capacity. We need to continue to look at ways to add beds onto our El Paso Children's Hospital because we do have the specialists that are equipped to be able to take care of these types of cases. I'm very happy to share with you all some of our new providers that we've added on. On your top left side, you'll see Dr. Jonathan Chow. He is the only fellowship-trained ENT, pediatric-wise, within the region for children. His wife, Dr. Amanda Chow, we've been able to recruit her back to our region as well. She is a local El Pasoan who had gone away for schooling for many years. She is helping us to start in conjunction with Texas Tech, our vestibular and hearing program. To the right, you'll see Dr. Michael Ridding and Dr. Simone Chang. These are two of our newest physicians that we're adding to our hematology-oncology program. Both of them are Texas Tech physicians. Dr. Michael Ridding is serving as our medical director. He has lengthy years of experience in hematology-oncology as well as significant stint within MD Anderson. So we're very fortunate to bring some of these physicians to our community to continue to take care of our children at the highest level. Below, you'll see our beginnings of our behavioral health program. I know, Judge Samaniego, this is always something of importance to you as well, knowing your background. We have employed our newest child and adolescent psychiatrist, Dr. Ibanu. We have employed our neuropsychologist, Dr. Abraham Lopez, and then additionally our first nurse practitioner for the program, Deyanira Zambrano. So we'll continue to add on to providers as we're working closely with the community, whether it's through Texas Tech, Emergence Health Network, or other institutions that also have a focus on behavioral health. And a few notes of event. Again, this is certainly not all of the things that we've been doing over the last quarter, but just a few to call your attention to. In the middle, we received our redesignation as a level 4 neonatal intensive care unit. As you all may recall, this is the highest level of designation within the state of Texas. We do receive transfers from all over the region of the smallest babies that require complex care and the specialists that we have on board. So we're really excited to continue that and continue to grow that program. On the right side, you all are extremely gracious to always help us to recognize what our team members do. The Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, Commissioner Stout, as well as all of you all, helped to approve that resolution, helping to bring awareness to what we're doing to take care of our children so they can stay here right at home to receive that level of care. And on the left side, I didn't realize initially when my team had put this slide together that they had included this, but I was blessed to be able to be recognized with Icon Talks Award as well as a Visionary Award alongside Mayor Leeser, Tim Hardaway Sr., and Aaron Jones. Again, for me, it's not so much as a recognition for what I do. I'm just one person. It takes a whole team, and I've got a phenomenal team that we've assembled to continue that vision and creating a place where our children can, again, receive that highest level of care. So I'm very proud of the work that the team has done, and we'll continue to really press forward, looking at building onto the hospital, building our multi-specialty clinic, and continuing to meet the needs for our children within the community. I'm going to turn it back over to Jacob now.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Cindy is very modest when she talks about these recognitions, but I recall when I first came to UMC how bad El Paso Children's was, trying to get out of bankruptcy, struggling financially, and I see it today, a number of specialists that we didn't have there before, a hospital that's full, doing well financially, and with that, being able to reinvest those funds into additional services for our children in the hospital in El Paso County. So I really thank Cindy and her team for the fine work they do. Added to that is El Paso Health, another part of the district. This is a Medicaid insurance organization. And in it, as you can see in this chart, El Paso Health is the orange. And since about September of 2014, it has been the market share leader, and that lead continues to grow in the number of Medicaid members that we have in our Star and Chip program. Additionally, we're in the process of looking at expanding that service by applying for the Star Plus program, and we'll know sometime this coming March whether we've been accepted into that program as well, but we hope that we will be. Not only does it provide a health plan for those that are in most need in the Medicaid plan, but they also do a lot of things for our community. Here you see the annual Back to School event. It was held at the at the El Paso County Coliseum on July 23rd on Saturday. In it, they distributed lots of food and backpacks. 1,500 backpacks were provided to local children with supplies already in the backpacks. 2,000 people attended the event. We also have the UMC Foundation Car Seat Safety Program. They sponsor for the 5th year in a row by providing $60,000 in donation to be able to purchase the car seats that our foundation then provides through for our community in different parts of the county. And in this, when people show up, if they don't have a car seat and they need one is provided at no cost. If they have one but it's not appropriate to the size of the child using it, they will replace it with one of the appropriate type of car seats. And they even have a special car seat that if you're discharged from the hospital and you're not able to be in a sitting position, that allows a patient to lay for safety to get home. And that one isn't given, but we'll get it back for those that get discharged that need to have a level of protection but are not able to sit comfortably in a car seat. They've also provided funding and volunteers for El Pasoans Fighting Hunger with $50,000. And they also helped El Paso Children's in opening up the El Paso Health Teaching Kitchen, which allows people on how to be able to prepare healthy meals, something that I probably need. So I've toured it. It's a really nice area on Lee Trevino with their pediatric rehab program. So we're really proud of that as well. In terms of our UMC and El Paso Children's Foundation, here's a list of all the events that they do. And as you can see, they're quite busy. They provide, for example, in the car seat events, 250 families are served. Over 400 children are evaluated, some families having more than one child, and over 350 car seats were provided. The American Cancer Society Community Transportation Grant awarded the foundation $10,000 to UMC to be able to help in the Sobreviviendo Cancer. And this is a foundation that offers help in terms of people that are diagnosed with cancer in getting medication, transportation, babysitting needs in order for them to be able to make their appointments. Additionally, we also help in terms of various social work programs to be able to help. And we were also able to provide, for example, in the Children's Miracle Network, events and campaigns, over 31 events and over 30 campaigns, raising over a little over $750,000 to support El Paso Children's. They also did a fundraising event for UMC in which $330,000 were raised in the Tune and Treats program. So this foundation continues doing its best in being able to help us raise funds to support many of our community events in El Paso. To continue next, we're going to have Ruben Vogt to provide us information on government relations and what's going on at the state and federal levels. Ruben?
Thank you. Jacob, welcome, Ruben.
I'm sorry? Oh, welcome.
No, thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Ruben Vogt with Government Relations, the El Paso County Hospital District. I'm sure everybody is incredibly excited for the 88th state legislative session, which is right upon us in January. We thought we'd provide you a very quick overview of some of the work that we've done over the last year and some very, very high-level points for our legislative agenda, which all of you have a copy of in front of you. Just some items here. This year we were able to bring in $1.7 million to the hospital district, $1.2 million of that to purchase a Da Vinci single port robot for UMC through the community funded projects effort that is being led by the federal government. We're hoping that in the next 2 weeks, the federal government will pass an omnibus budget, which will include just about $600,000 for El Paso Children's Hospital to purchase a mobile medical unit that will head out into the outlying areas of the county to provide care in those hard to reach areas. We have also participated in over 100 committee hearings and agency meetings over the last 12 months and over 60 meetings with our elected officials, some with you all and others with our state and federal partners as well. Just a couple of other pictures of some of the visits that we've had and partnerships with our elected officials. I do want to point your attention to the top left bar. That is Susanita Obregon in the white with her father in pink next to her and mother in yellow to the right of her, my right at least. She was diagnosed with lymphoblastic leukemia at age 3. And so part of our work is to ensure that our elected officials are well aware of the efforts that are done by our physicians, the talented team that we have, and the impact that they have on the lives of our kids and our adults. And here Susanita was speaking directly with Congresswoman Escobar about her journey in fighting leukemia with our children's hospital. So to touch briefly on some of our state priorities, what you'll have in front of you is a draft legislative agenda. It is split up into 2 documents. Excuse me. The first, our action agenda, which are those items that we're asking our delegation to propose on our behalf. And the second, the policy agenda, which are items that are critical for the hospital district and our various entities. And that is split up into 4 different categories: hospital financing, coverage and access, workforce and operations, and behavioral health. So in terms of our action agenda, we are requesting, you may recall that 2 sessions ago, we proposed establishing the local provider participation fund. That essentially allows a hospital district to tax our private partners in the community to provide a portion of the state share to draw down federal funds that go directly to them. That is set to sunset at the end of 2023, and so we're looking to re-up this legislation and have it go through 2027. In addition, the second item here is a collaborative approach with EHN, our El Paso State Psych Center, the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, and the local hospitals to request up to $40 million to, 1, establish a plan to think through building a new state psychiatric center here in El Paso, like has occurred in other parts of the state, But number two, to also potentially purchase some land for that new center that will really be focused on providing specialized care to children, adolescents, and adults. You may recall that during COVID-19, the children's wing of our current center was closed. It is landlocked. It is next to UMC's emergency department, and so not much room for them to grow to provide the care that's needed in the community. But they do a fantastic job. In terms of our policy agenda and around hospital financing, I'd like to draw your attention to those 4 items in red, which are probably our highest priority items. Number one, to ensure that we continue to receive our Medicaid reimbursement rates. Thankfully, because the state has a surplus of funding, those are not necessarily in jeopardy, but something that we closely watch. Number two, you all are very well aware that 2 sessions ago, the legislature reduced the rollback tax rate for cities and counties. We thankfully were able to remain at the 8% rollback rate, much in part due to the fact that we provide millions of dollars every year to provide the state share to draw down federal funding that goes to 211 hospitals across the entire state. And so because of that, we were able to remain at the 8%. However, there are discussions going on in committee hearings and elsewhere of potentially looking at reducing that for hospital districts and even potentially reducing it further for cities and counties. Number three, we want to ensure, just as is important to the court, to maintain our current bond authority and certificate of obligation ability. We went through that process recently with the court, but there have been discussions at the state level to water that down to some extent for all governmental entities. And finally, the 4th item on this, number 11 here, is to preserve the Children's Hospital's Medicaid-only designation and definition. There was a push last session and currently during the interim by a national hospital company to change the definition of a children's hospital. That system owns an adult hospital in the Valley and is trying to change their eligibility to qualify for increased children's Medicaid reimbursement, basically incentivizing a public hospital that to get that higher Medicaid rate despite not having their own separately licensed facility, their own CEO, their own board, and the specialized care that only our children's hospitals really can provide. And so we're really looking to protect our children's hospitals in this regard. In terms of coverage and access, 2 items we want to point to your attention is ensuring that the state moves forward with 12-month postpartum Medicaid coverage for Texas women. Last session, they made the move to extend that coverage to 6 months, but CMS has not approved that state plan amendment. They're really pushing for states to get to that 12-month marker, and we know that the Speaker and the House is really primed to move this forward this next session. The next item under our opposed section is any effort to eradicate an existing statute that protects hospital district health plans like our El Paso Health from being able to contract directly with the state to provide Medicaid insurance. There has been an effort over the last several sessions by a large group, AmeriGroup, who is looking to expand their footprint in Texas. And to do so, they see our health plans as competition because they have such a strong presence in our local communities. Not only because they provide a great service, they are very specialized in ensuring that they are providing care that is important to our regions. And so they are wanting to do away with this preference in statute for our hospital district plans. That was put in place back in 1997 to ensure that hospital districts were receiving enough Medicaid patient volumes to pay for being able to draw down federal funding like I had mentioned earlier. And so this is going to be a fairly large battle this next session. As you can already hear, each of our institutions are primed to have some big fights in this 88th session. In terms of workforce and operations, we obviously all want to ensure that the state expands and invests in a sustainable healthcare workforce. And also, we want to maintain our ability to advocate and educate our legislators on issues that are important to us. You'll recall that there has been an effort to eliminate the ability of governmental entities like the county for being able to hire staff, even lobbyists, to be able to advocate on our issues. And so we want to make sure that that remains in place. Finally, on behavioral health, we want to ensure that the state promotes policies and funding that enhances inpatient and outpatient behavioral health care. That goes hand in hand with the request that I mentioned to you earlier for funding this session. Thankfully, leadership like Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick have specifically called out El Paso and the need for beds here locally. So we are happy that our message is getting across that our community is in need, but a lot more work to do in that regard. Just a couple of associations that we work very closely with during the interim and during session to promote our agenda, and look forward to working with them closely as we move into the 88th. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions now or after the presentation. But if not, Michael Nunez is up with our financial update.
Ruben, I just want to thank you. I know I'll have consensus here that I believe you're one of the best legislative liaisons, and we thank you for that, because like the behavioral, sometimes that's sort of put aside, and you guys have brought it in as part of this, and this is going to be very important for us. I can tell you, I don't think our community understands the impact that mental health will have going forward. And so we thank you for that support, but also just your capacity to drive legislation and help us with that liaison. So thank you, Ruben. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ruben. Michael?
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. While Jacob and Cindy were talking more about some of the recent hospital statistics during October and November, I want to take the opportunity to go back and do a 5-year look back on hospital operations pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, because hospital operations are very different from 5 years ago. First off, looking at the admissions, you'll see here on UMC pre-pandemic 16,000. We did drop down because of during the pandemic time, and we are coming back up. Now, the admissions is one indicator as to how busy our hospital is, but in a few slides, I'm going to be talking about the average length of stay and how that's affected our average daily census. You'll see El Paso Children's, they were more severely affected by the pandemic in terms of their lower volumes back in 2021, and it wasn't until March of 2022 that their patient volumes rebounded very strong. And despite that being only 6 months of 2022, you'll see as to how 2022, 6 months of activity really surpassed 2018, 2019, and also 2020. Looking at our average daily census, pre-pandemic, UMC back in 2018 was 206 and 220, but you'll see during the pandemic, at the height, keep in mind during that November, December, January timeframe, when we were even surpassing about 345 average daily census, our year-to-date came in at 269. Right now in 2022, we're still very busy at 257. El Paso Children's, you'll see they were at 50 during 2021, and now they're at 67. So this is an all-time high in terms of their average daily census, as long as the El Paso Children's has been around. One of the items that we're going to be showing is this is our average daily census based upon hospital admissions. There is another graph that we're going to be creating now talking about observation holds, other people that are in the hospital but are not actually part of our census count, but it just shows in terms of the stress that it's putting on the capacity. Daily for UMC, observation patients are about 25 to 30, so you can add that 25 to 30 on the 257, and on El Paso Children's, that's been about 8 to 10. But that's we will be showing that slide in future months. Looking at the average length of stay, you'll see pre-pandemic as well. You'll see we're at 4.7 on the adult side. 2021, during the height of the pandemic, we're at 6.4. We're still historically high, 5.9 on the adult side. El Paso Children's, their average length of stay was also 6.5 during 2021 and about 5.6 currently right now. Emergency room visits. You'll see here that on the UMC side, back in 2018, when we were doing about 170 ER visits per day, you'll see now in 2022, 91,455. Most of the increase you'll see is coming in from the new satellite ERs that opened right about the time that the pandemic back in March of 2020. So currently right now, UMC, we're averaging about 250 ER visits per day. You'll see on El Paso Children's, last year they were down at 13,000. They're up to 27,000, another all-time high for El Paso Children's. We're currently right now, they were seeing about 75 patients per day during the ER. And lastly, on the outpatient visits, You'll see both growth on UMC and also El Paso Children's. UMC over this 5-year period have grown about 20% in terms of outpatient visits, now at 972,000 outpatient visits in 2022. And El Paso Children's, during the same 5-year period, they've grown about 35% and are now up to about 57,000 in total outpatient visits. So those are some high-level statistics, look back for UMC and El Paso Children's going back to 2018. So with that, we will conclude our presentation and see whether there's any other comments or questions you may have.
Judge, just a quick question. Do we know how many of those are related, whether it's to COVID?
We do know how many COVID admissions we had. Sometimes they'll come in under a different diagnosis, but we do track them daily. And I want to say that, we have 3,700 employees working with the district, including El Paso Children's, and they're all committed to providing great care for our community. And during the worst of times and the best of times, they're there to be counted on. But again, I want to emphasize, a lot of our success comes not only from the great doctors we have, both through tech and our community and employed doctors, not only from the great caregivers we have on the UMC side with the frontline providers, but it's also all of you and the support you've given us. And you've always been there for us, and we really appreciate that. We could not be doing what we're doing today if it wasn't for that. So are there any questions that we could answer for you all? Okay, well then, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate that. Thank you.
We need a motion to accept the report, Judge.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And thank you as well to the team back there, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you do. Bye, Jacob.
Item number 8, receive a presentation from the Public Works, Parks and Recreation Department on the Fred Loya Partners LP and County Holiday Lights on the Lake event at Escarate Park. We'd ask for a motion to postpone till January 9th.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'd like to take items 10, 11, and 12 after lunch. We can go ahead and take item number 13 for now. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for public health emergencies.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Let me see, Dr. Ocaranza did want to be on today. Give me just 1 second. Dr. Ocaranza, are you online?
I don't see him, Betsy.
Okay, could we table this item or put it aside until after lunch?
Yeah, we could really, I'm hoping it's every time we have Commissioners Court, things are moving a little quicker than most people understand, so I appreciate whatever we can do to coordinate.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm going to see if I can get him on
Okay.
before we break for lunch. But we might be able to do another item while I'm getting him. Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Yes, we can move to item number 14. From purchasing, approve the purchase of removal and installation of 7 HVAC units for the County of El Paso Sheriff's Office Annex using Region 19 Contract 22-7434 awarded to GAP Air Conditioning and Heating of El Paso, Texas in the amount of $112,181.26. Funding is available in CIP 22 Facilities SOHQ Maintenance Renovation Repair.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Karen
Morning,
Davidson,
Karen.
County Purchasing Agent. Good morning, sir. We're asking for the court's approval to purchase the removal and installation of 7 HVAC units for the County El Paso Sheriff's Office. Just to note for the court that this is the Sheriff's Headquarters building. It is 7 units that we are using a cooperative purchasing methodology for. It is Region 19, and we're asking to award it to GAP Air Conditioning and Heating in El Paso, Texas for the $112,181.26. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have on procurement, and I have my facilities director if you have any of those questions.
Mr. Sully, any additional comments on that?
No, Judge, I just want to add, though, these 7 units reached their life expectancy, and they're in dire need of being replaced. And this was his items in question.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Olguin is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, ARPA project number 1280, approve the purchase of live action data collector software as part of the El Paso County Voice over IP project through Information Technology Department using Omni Partners Contract R191902, awarded to Carasoft Technology Corporation of Reston, Virginia, in the amount of $1,182,421.33 for 1 year with 2 options to renew, to include pricing fluctuations as mutually agreed to in writing and remaining within the terms of the agreement. Purchasing approved on December 2nd, 2022. Funding is available in SG, ARPA Plan 21, cap outlays.
Good morning again, Judge and Commissioners. Karen Davidson, County Purchasing Agent. This is a purchase for our ITD department. It is an ARPA project 1280. It is asking the court's approval to purchase live action data collection software. The county's enterprise network is the communication backbone for the facilities and access to their network data files, the county data center, and online resources. So ITD is requesting the purchase of live action software and appliance and equipment to gain visibility into the county's network security and the performance of the county's network. We are using a cooperative methodology through Omni Partners to be awarded to Carasoft Technologies. It is $1,882,421.33. It is for a 3-year total contract, and it is the infrastructure for ITD. I'm here to answer any questions in regards to the procurement, and I have ITD on the line if you have any questions for them.
Move to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Have a great day.
Have a great day. Merry Christmas if we don't.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, Jessica, I believe we can go back. Let me just double check. Al, do you see Dr. Ocaranza?
Not yet. He hasn't signed in yet.
Trying to log in. Is he waiting somewhere?
Negative. He hasn't. His window hasn't popped up to be allowed in.
Judge, Commissioners, would you all like to do item number 17? I'm going to cover that item for Irene today.
Sure.
Item number 17, Health and Social Services. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the subrecipient agreement between the County of El Paso and the Rescue Mission of El Paso for the provision of sheltering support to individuals that have been encountered by the Department of Homeland Security in an amount not to exceed $1 million from October 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, subject to county attorney review and approval. Contract number 2022-0953.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. When we originally submitted to FEMA for our advanced funding, we did include up to $1 million for the rescue mission to assist with sheltering up to 150 migrants per day. They must be migrants that were encountered by DHS. They will also be providing local transportation services to migrants to include but not limited to Transportation services to migrants to include but not limiting to pickup and drop-off from our Migrant Support Services Center or other locations within the county. They will only receive reimbursement for humanitarian services rendered to migrants encountered by DHS. The subrecipient will have to acknowledge and agree that it will not charge migrants for any services it renders. And again, I want to emphasize these are funds that we've received in advance from FEMA for the purposes of helping under the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, and that the rescue mission would be providing, again, transportation, food, and sheltering to up to 150 migrants per day. The agreement does allow them to use a portion of the funds to secure equipment and space for this purpose. Let me clarify that, just one second.
That's correct. This is Anna Schumacher, Assistant County Attorney. You're right, Betsy. This allows them to cover the cost of the lease in order to house the migrants.
And this, thank you so much, Anna. And this is through December 31st, 2022 for this particular allocation. Anna, is there anything else in the agreement that we should cover with the court?
No, I think you covered everything very well. So thank you, Betsy. The only thing I would note is that in the event we do get continued FEMA funding, for example, for the next quarter, there is a provision that would allow us to extend this agreement through that additional quarter. But thank you so much for covering all that, Betsy. It's very thorough.
And will that be for the same amount, the extension request?
So there's two things. One, we're asking for two things to see if it's possible. We've asked for new funding, and the same. When you say the same amount for the rescue mission,
yes,
yes, ma'am. I believe the same amount for the rescue mission for the next quarter going forward.
And when will we know if FEMA will be in fact giving us that payment for the next quarter? Because December 31st is right around the corner.
We're supposed to know this week.
Okay, thank you.
And as you know, this weekend has been quite critical. I mean, it's just been a very challenging for everybody. Irene and Betsy have done such an amazing job of being supportive. For some reason, we're almost at, taking the bulk of everything that's happening right now. The city still has some issues with funding and some other things. So this is part of the puzzle. I mean, it seemed like a small amount, but I can tell you that, it's all going to have to work together to make sure. We were in contact with Congresswoman Escobar all weekend trying to figure out on FEMA. She's very supportive. She's really pushing hard for extensions and for our ability to help the diocese. But this one in particular is something that we've been looking at, and it really helps us tremendously. Just like the transportation, I think there was an amazing logistic move in that we've gained like 3 hours of processing because we no longer have to wait for Border Patrol to send the migrants, but we're able to start at 7. So it added almost 3 hours of processing. And like I've been saying, it's all about processing. This is where we keep things moving, things are better, things stop, things get really bad. And this is where we are now. The bottlenecks are getting bigger. And so we're doing everything possible as well. So, Ana, I really thank you for the research and your support has been incredible for us to understand everything that's taking place at this time. Thank you, Ana.
Thank you all. My pleasure.
We ask for a favorable motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We really appreciate your support and guidance on these items.
Thank you, Betsy.
We are ready to go back
Can we get
to
one?
item 13.
Yeah.
Item number 13, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for public health emergencies.
Dr. Ocaranza, are you there?
Hello, Doctor.
Yes, good morning. Ms. Keller, Judge, Commissioners, thank you very much. This is going to be a quick update on the respiratory illness situation. Our city continues to see a very large surge of people getting sick with what they've been calling the triple epidemic, which includes the RSV, influenza, and COVID. Our hospitalization rate in the COVID arena continues to go up, and now we have more than 130 patients admitted to the hospital. And we're going to start to see the severity of the COVID is going to start increasing, given the fact that the COVID is a respiratory virus that spreads a lot easier. And now, with all the gatherings, now when we have a lot of people in the same place, some of them are going to be sick with one of the viruses. Unfortunately, the city and the region are experiencing also a surge of the patients, pediatric patients with RSV, and that has caused a strain in the availability of pediatric beds, not just at the El Paso Children's Hospital, but all the hospitals that have a pediatric area, because of the fact that there's not that many staff beds in all the hospitals. Pediatric nurses are in big need, and they're not easy to find, and that has been one of the challenges that the hospitals have had so far. With influenza, we continue to see that influenza A is the one that is predominantly affecting the people right now. And historically, after the influenza A, then it comes influenza B. But we strongly recommend people to get vaccinated against influenza, against the COVID with a bivalent booster. And recently, the bivalent booster was approved for children 6 months of age and older. And this is a way that we're trying to protect our population against the Omicron variant that is still circulating. And we will continue to see the changes of the COVID virus and causing more infection across the country as well. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions at this time? No, we just thank you, and like I said, we're hoping that you'd be able to do this when we have Commissioners Court on Mondays, because I think things can move pretty quickly, and we know, Dr. Carranza, in our partnership, that the quicker you inform the community, the better it is. And so thank you, and appreciate. We did have UMC with Jacobs and Tron talking about the number of cases, and 800 plus with 65 last year of respiratory. And so we know we have a little bit of a situation that can challenge our community once again. So thank you for staying in touch with us, Dr. Carranza.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. Betsy?
Judge, are you ready? Would you like to now break for
Yes.
the lunch period?
Uh-huh.
We'll take no action for item number 13, and we will now recess for 1 hour, correct, Judge?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 11:59 a.m.
And the appointment, I just got a text that they won't be able to make it, and then we'll.
Okay, perfect. When we come back, we'll do items 10, 11, and 12. We asked Brad just to be able to do those right after lunch, if that's okay.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
Let me just get a single first.
So we're obviously moved locations. It's a lot bigger square footage to cover. It's not lighting a house this year. We're actually having to create the atmosphere in open space. It's kind of neat because we are incorporating the water. We're incorporating some different elements the park has to offer that you can't do anywhere else. So it's going to be a really neat overall atmosphere, festival style, where people can come hang out and spend some time out here.
Every year we've tried to make the lights on the lake something better, something grander, something more exciting for folks to come by and see. The holiday season is really special, I mean, especially here in the borderland, and you know, we at the county are continuing to try to do good things with the park and want people to come out to Escarate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So today we had the inauguration of the Lights on the Lake event, which is a collaboration between the County of El Paso and Fred Loya. So for years, Mr. Loya has had a Christmas display at his house, which has become a beautiful El Paso tradition. But now we're hoping to start a new tradition with him and moving the light display and the light show here to Escarate Park.
And Mr. Loya, we can't thank you enough for being part of the team of the County of El Paso. When you see that star on your way home, please remember Mr. Loya and his generosity and his whole team.
So you see all of these people out here enjoying all of the beautiful lights, more than 1 million lights. And then of course the snow and the music. So it's just a really great event for families. And we're really glad for everyone who was able to come out.
Everyone just looks really happy to be here. It's amazing. Whoever's watching this definitely has to come out. I can't say how it feels. They just have to be here to experience everything.
The best expression I can say is that they're thankful, and I could tell by the reactions. Everybody said, "Man, this is great. The county did a great job." I'm glad that there's this partnership with Mr. Loya.
I feel like you guys did a great job. It's really pretty outside, and I just like the whole details. I love it.
God bless you and Merry Christmas.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
Let me just get a single first.
So we're obviously moved locations. It's a lot bigger square footage to cover. It's not lighting a house this year. We're actually having to create the atmosphere in open space. It's kind of neat because we are incorporating the water. We're incorporating some different elements the park has to offer that you can't do anywhere else. So it's going to be a really neat overall atmosphere, festival style, where people can come hang out and spend some time out here.
Every year we've tried to make the lights on the lake something better, something grander, something more exciting for folks to come by and see. The holiday season is really special, I mean, especially here in the borderland, and you know, we at the county are continuing to try to do good things with the park and want people to come out to Escarate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maestro,
So today we had the inauguration of the Lights on the Lake event, which is a collaboration between the County of El Paso and Fred Loya. So for years, Mr. Loya has had a Christmas display at his house, which has become a beautiful El Paso tradition. But now we're hoping to start a new tradition with him and moving the light display and the light show here to Escarate Park.
And Mr. Loya, we can't thank you enough for being part of the team of the County of El Paso. When you see that star on your way home, please remember Mr. Loya and his generosity and his whole team.
So you see all of these people out here enjoying all of the beautiful lights, more than 1 million lights. And then of course the snow and the music. So it's just a really great event for families. And we're really glad for everyone who was able to come out.
Everyone just looks really like happy to be here. It's amazing. Whoever's watching this definitely has to come out. I can't say how it feels. You just have to be here to experience everything.
The best expression I can say is that they're thankful, and I could tell by the reactions. Everybody said, man, this is great. The county did a great job. I'm glad that there's this partnership with Mr. Loya.
I feel like you guys did a great job. It's like really pretty outside, and I just like the whole details. I love it.
God bless you and Merry Christmas.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Say hi, Mamas! Say hi! We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiners, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, and want to do stuff with their dogs.
Let me just get a single first.
So we're obviously moved locations. It's a lot bigger square footage to cover. It's not lighting a house this year. We're actually having to create the atmosphere in open space. It's kind of neat because we are incorporating the water. We're incorporating some different elements the park has to offer that you can't do anywhere else. So it's going to be a really neat overall atmosphere, festival style, where people can come hang out and spend some time out here.
Every year we've tried to make the lights on the lake something better, something grander, something more exciting for folks to come by and see. The holiday season is really special, I mean, especially here in the borderland, and you know, we at the county are continuing to try to do good things with the park and want people to come out to Escarate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maestro,
So today we had the inauguration of the Lights on the Lake event, which is a collaboration between the County of El Paso and Fred Loya. So for years, Mr. Loya has had a Christmas display at his house, which has become a beautiful El Paso tradition. But now we're hoping to start a new tradition with him and moving the light display and the light show here to Escarate Park.
And Mr. Loya, we can't thank you enough for being part of the team of the County of El Paso. When you see that star on your way home, please remember Mr. Loya and his generosity and his whole team.
So you see all of these people out here enjoying all of the beautiful lights, more than 1 million lights. And then of course the snow and the music. So it's just a really great event for families. And we're really glad for everyone who was able to come out.
Everyone just looks really like happy to be here. It's amazing. Whoever's watching this definitely has to come out. I can't say how it feels. You just have to be here to experience everything.
The best expression I can say is that they're thankful, and I could tell by the reactions. Everybody said, man, this is great. The county did a great job. I'm glad that there's this partnership with Mr. Loya.
I feel like you guys did a great job. It's like really pretty outside, and I just like the whole details. I love it.
God bless you and Merry Christmas.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
Let me just get a single first.
So we're obviously moved locations. It's a lot bigger square footage to cover. It's not lighting a house this year. We're actually having to create the atmosphere in open space. It's kind of neat because we are incorporating the water. We're incorporating some different elements the park has to offer that you can't do anywhere else. So it's going to be a really neat overall atmosphere, festival style, where people can come hang out and spend some time out here.
Every year we've tried to make the lights on the lake something better, something grander, something more exciting for folks to come by and see. The holiday season is really special, I mean, especially here in the borderland, and we at the county are continuing to try to do good things with the park and want people to come out to Escarate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maestro,
So today we had the inauguration of the Lights on the Lake event, which is a collaboration between the County of El Paso and Fred Loya. So for years, Mr. Loya has had a Christmas display at his house, which has become a beautiful El Paso tradition. But now we're hoping to start a new tradition with him and moving the light display and the light show here to Escarate Park.
But Mr. Loya, we can't thank you enough for being part of the team of the County of El Paso. When you see that star on your way home, please remember Mr. Loya and his generosity and his whole team.
So you see all of these people out here enjoying all of the beautiful lights, more than 1 million lights. And then of course the snow and the music. So it's just a really great event for families. And we're really glad for everyone who was able to come out.
Everyone just looks really happy to be here. It's amazing. Whoever's watching this definitely has to come out. I can't say how it feels. You just have to be here to experience everything.
The best expression I can say is that they're thankful, and I could tell by the reactions. Everybody said, "Man, this is great. The county did a great job." I'm glad that there's this partnership with Mr. Loya.
I feel like you guys did a great job. It's really pretty outside, and I just like the whole details. I love it.
God bless you and Merry Christmas.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to go ahead and read in items number 10, 11, and 12 under County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding capital finance methods and alternatives for county critical public safety and Tier 1 essential public infrastructure projects as outlined in the major capital plan. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue $41 million in combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation to fund critical public safety projects and resolving other matters relating to the subject. Contract number 2022-1083. And item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action regarding adoption of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue $59 million in combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation to fund Tier 1 essential public infrastructure projects and resolving other matters relating to the subject. Contract number 2022-1084. And just for information, we do have several speakers signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you. Christina, would it be, I wanted to introduce my new staff member, and she has to go back into training. Can I interrupt?
No, go for it, Judge.
5
Go
minutes?
ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm
yes,
sorry. I apologize.
No worries.
I saw him come in. So, Vanessa, if you mind taking the... I finally have my, as you know, Nicole went to the chamber, and we have my new staff person, our senior policy advisor. It's Vanessa Tena, and her husband is actually a detective with the sheriff, and so we're very proud of that. Vanessa has a master's in leadership studies and a BA in media advisory, and has incredible skills in marketing, and I feel extremely glad that we have our team put together, and I wanted to make sure that you got to know Vanessa a little bit about her, as well as to hear from a few words on her from her behalf. So, Vanessa, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for that introduction. It almost feels like I'm coming home, because over the course of the past 6 years, I have worked with various departments and Commissioners Court. A little fun fact, the video that is on the county website, See What We Can Do Together, is a project that I helped to spearhead. I actually managed that project, and I'm so proud of it because it won a national recognition, and that is something to help promote the economic development of El Paso. So it's just an honor to be able to make that transition officially and be part of, the county. I actually come from a family history of the county. So not only is my husband a county employee, my father also was a county employee at JPD. So it's great. It really does feel like a homecoming of some sorts. I'm a mom of 3. I am a karaoke champion, so if there's any takers. And if there's no one else, then I'll stay up there, and then it'll just turn into the Vanessa show.
Okay. Well, Vanessa, thank you very much. Like I said, we're very happy. We got a lot of initiatives that we need to look at since the state of the county. We haven't had our team together, so look forward to our partnership. You're going to have an amazing family. You'll be very impressed and surprised at how well you'll be received by the other departments and the other commissioners and their staff. So once again, we welcome you and thank you for being part of my team.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Cristian Martinez with the Office of County Administration here to provide you all with a presentation on the finance scenarios and alternatives for capital project needs related to critical public safety and Tier 1 essential infrastructure, along with Jose Landeros. While Mr. Landeros will be discussing the actual funding scenario summary, we first wanted to provide you all and the public with a summary of the recent community engagement efforts and an overview of the information provided in these community meetings. So, over the last week, a series of 12 public meetings were held throughout the county, with 2 in-person meetings in each county precinct and 4 virtual meeting options. You see the locations listed on the slide. We are missing just a slide here, I apologize, with some of the feedback here, and I'll make sure you all get that information. But while the attendance was limited, those that did attend were able to provide feedback regarding their priorities according to the capital infrastructure project groupings that have been previously identified in the major capital plan. And on the slide, you'll be able to see that the public safety infrastructure ranked at the top of priorities, followed by modernizing existing facilities and water utility improvements. The following slides here contain information presented in these community meetings that outlines the county's main budget categories and programmatic areas of responsibility in order to provide a high-level overview of what the county does and how it has maintained fiscal accountability. This is information that was provided in these community meetings and has been being provided now for you all and for the public as well. So, as you can see on the table here, you can see that the county manages a budget of about $550 million. There are various program funds that collectively make up the county's total budget. You can see, for example, that about 6% of the county's entire budget is dedicated towards debt service payments, which are effectively the county's payments for any outstanding loans that is taken out to finance various projects. 4 out of every $5 in the county budget is designated towards general revenue, or general fund expenditures. At just shy of $444 million, this program fund is the source of most major county operational expenditures for critical and mandated services. So, given that a majority of the county's budget is designated towards the general fund, this slide here outlines in greater detail what those budget details are. The 3 largest categories in the general fund are the administration of justice, public safety, and general government services. These 3 categories alone make up about 86% of the entire general county fund. This is an important detail to remember because it significantly limits the amount of resources that the county can dedicate to other initiatives. These services, offices, and responsibilities are largely mandated by the state of Texas to be administered by the county at the local level. A significant amount of the capital needs identified throughout the county's most recent process are directly related to these core services. Over the course of the past 30 years, the county has strived to provide the highest level of financial transparency and excellence for the community. This is reflected not only in the policy decisions made by the Commissioner's Court in recent years, but also through various reporting and accountability measures from external partner agencies. The Office of the Texas Comptroller awards transparency stars to agencies in the state that have demonstrated excellence in public financial transparency efforts, and the county has consistently received various stars from the Comptroller's Office. The Government Finance Officers Association recognizes agencies who prepare budget and financial documents of the very highest quality. The county has consistently received the Distinguished Budget Award since the award's inception. These outside recognitions demonstrate the county's commitment to ensuring the transparent and efficient management of public funds. The Texas Comptroller maintains comparisons of current debt obligations between similar units of local government. The comparison includes urban and suburban counties with similar populations, as well as other border counties. The chart illustrates that of the 10 most comparable counties, El Paso County has the second lowest debt obligations of any other county in the group. While this will be discussed in the next few slides, it is important to remember that the county, at the direction of the Commissioner's Court, has worked to develop debt financing plans that continue to minimize the impact to individual taxpayer property bills by strategically timing any debt issuances in the near future. And while we will discuss this in a bit more detail in the next section, it is important to point out that the county did identify just shy of $700 million worth of outstanding capital needs. With such an overwhelming amount of capital need, one that overwhelmingly exceeds the available funding that the county would have at any given year, as illustrated in the previous slides, the need to consider financing the improvements is one prudent option to ensure the project can be delivered timely, efficiently, and effectively. This slide here in the dollar bill illustrates how at a local level, the taxes you pay to the El Paso County compare to other taxing entities. For the past 3 years, the county has comprised approximately 14 to 15% of your total tax bill. public's total tax bill. The county has strived to be financially proactive for several years through various financial and operational planning efforts. I'm now going to pass it on to Jose to speak a little bit more about the project prioritization and what the financing options and scenarios are.
Thank you, Christian. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Londeros with the Office of County Administration. This following section begins to discuss just how the county developed our project prioritization schedule and how this prioritization was developed to ensure the projects were identified and evaluated using a thoughtful and deliberate process, which was adopted by the court at some of the meetings that we held on this topic last month. This process identified the following high priority project categories, and these are used to help guide our planning efforts in meeting our various capital areas and needs in each of these areas. And these categories are eligible to be funded using a variety of finance tools that will be presented in the coming slides, in addition to some of them being available for grant and external funding, which we've previously discussed with the court at a very detailed level. The first category is public safety infrastructure, which includes various needs at the county's downtown detention and jail annex facilities, including the replacement of critical security and building infrastructure that has met or exceeded its useful life. Additionally, projects also include major replacement of basic infrastructure for the county's juvenile probation department at the Juvenile Justice Center, including updating the facility's security system, store infrastructure, and also replacing an aging roof and the accompanying HVAC systems. This category also includes providing for the replacement of the aging and undersized Office of Medical Examiner facility. The new county facility category includes the design and construction of new facilities aimed at increasing access to various services throughout the county by expanding existing county annex facilities or constructing new ones altogether. The regional and local park projects include major expansions and renovations of the county's regional parks, including Escarate Park and the Sports Park, in addition to improvements in neighborhood parks, serving some of the most underprivileged and underserved communities in our county. I would also add that these high-level project planning categories are our overall and comprise our overall capital plan and are not specific to any issuance that the court may be considering today, but rather the capital needs of the county as it exists today following this deliberate planning process. The fourth category of projects seek to identify improvements or renovations to existing facilities to ensure that they continue to provide the highest levels of service to the community. The county's efforts to increase regional transportation investment have also emerged as an area with significant capital needs, including major investment at the Fabens Airport to continue to support increased general aviation activity, as well as the partnership with UTEP's Aerospace Center to create an aerospace research hub and pipeline for our local engineering students and community. This sixth category deals with improvements to various historical assets and properties owned by the county, including those which promote heritage tourism along the El Paso Mission Trail. The county is now also evaluating how to continue to make investments in security and technology to provide enhanced customer service and access to various services throughout the community. The last category here seeks to further the county's commitment to providing access to clean water and wastewater infrastructure in the colonias across the county. These categories were developed again for planning purposes and collectively represent about $570 million worth of high capital priority needs, a dollar amount that far exceeds the capacity the county has to fund these projects. But this document does provide a strategic vision for the county, which can be funded via a variety of sources. As I mentioned previously, the county has aggressively expanded its attempts to try and secure external funding to fund a number of these major initiatives. Today we'll be focusing on some of the on the debt finance tools that are available for the court to consider to finance these capital needs. The first of these are tax anticipation notes, which are approved by the court to finance the construction of a public work and any related costs for that project. These notes offer shorter-term financing and are often paid off within a 7-year time period. The next finance options are certificates of obligation, which have been recently discussed by the court, and are limited to designated infrastructure as defined in the Texas Tax Code. Eligible projects include those which contribute to the renovation or improvement of an existing building or facility, that fund projects in partnership with state financial assistance programs, or include improvements to public safety or judicial facilities. These are also approved by the Commissioner's Court. The last finance tool are general obligation bonds, which can fund anything identified in either the tax anticipation notes or certificates of obligation, and are approved by voters in an election. The broader scope of this issuance means the county can ask voters to consider projects which contribute to the quality of life or fund the construction of new buildings and facilities. In exploring some of the considerations before the court and some of the concepts associated with that, we had previously provided information about striking a balance between a pay-as-you-go approach and a pay-as-you-use approach. Typically, the pay-as-you-go approach is reserved for our small capital program. We have a small capital program that helps fund ongoing small capital replacement needs throughout the county. That might include furniture, copiers, things of that nature, vehicles, things that you don't necessarily want to pay off over a long period of time because their useful life will not exceed that. And as a pay-as-you-go is, for larger capital, can be rather limiting because oftentimes your resources are not at the same level as your needs are. With the pay-as-you-use, it shares the burden across various generations and various age groups who will end up using and tapping into those services. And but it does obviously require payment of interest and issuance costs, which are associated with those debt issuances, which are small capital items do not. And so in evaluating the potential debt issuances that the court could consider, we looked at this and based on the direction and feedback from the court at last month's meeting, have structured the following two debt issuances as a restatement of the items that we've worked with and received your feedback on. The first of those two is a public safety and Tier 1 essential public infrastructure. These could be financed either through tax anticipation notes or certificates of obligation or a combination thereof. We propose to do this year in 2023, and this is aligned with a debt service reduction fiscal year 2024, which Mr. Angst with Stiefel Public Finance will go into in his slides that follow this. This, again, was a slide that was shared with the public. You can see here that we let the attendees of the meetings know that we would be making a presentation to the court at today's meeting. The other item is a quality of life and other essential public infrastructure debt issuance, which would go out to the voters. We are recommending scheduling that for the November 2024 election. That is also aligned with a potential debt reduction in fiscal year 2025. Again, that means that the county is completing its debt service on outstanding debt issuances in the past, and there is capacity to consider new debt issuance without impacting the tax rate. Following the evaluation of those high-level projects, we've identified 30, which we consider to be of the utmost importance. The public safety infrastructure, there are 10 projects in that category, just over $41 million. And you can see here investments in transportation, modernization of existing facilities, regional park essential renovations, and then investments in technology. These following slides just provide you with a project listing of each of those categories. Here you can see that we have the medical examiner facility, downtown detention facility and jail facility improvements, as well as the justice center improvements. These projects are intended to ensure that these facilities can remain fully operational, that they can meet all accreditation standards associated with best practices in their fields, such as the medical examiner's facility, or state licensing requirements, such as those that are imposed on the county by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards for our jail and our annex. With regard to transportation and technology, we put these on one slide together, but they were separate categories. The reconstruction of Ascension Road in East El Paso County, which connects East Montana to Horizon City, a road that has met its useful life, and while intermediate solutions have been applied to mitigate some of the roadway conditions by our Infrastructure Services Department, the need has emerged for a major reconstruction of that roadway to better serve the public. You can also see here some investments at the Fabens Airport, again, to support that general aviation activity as well as partnership with UTEP Aerospace Center. And then planning and permitting software for the Planning and Development Department to increase availability to its services online, allow people to access that 24 hours a day from their homes so that it doesn't require residents or constituents to have to actually come into the courthouse or come downtown. You can see here a list of various facilities that would be modernized or renovated as part of this category. A lot of renovations to the courthouse to better support the judiciary and some of their operations. not only in providing them with a conference room that can accommodate their 30-plus members, but also construction of a new probate court on the 5th floor of the courthouse, which is currently operating out of the ceremonial court on the 12th floor. You can see here that also making renovations to the Manny Martinez Annex at Escalante Park, very busy tax office, the main tax office there, to ensure that residents are not having to wait outside, just better configuration for the flow of people as they access that critical service. And when it comes to the essential renovations for regional parks, those top two site remediations at Escalante Park, this is the site remediation and renovation of the facilities that were left behind by Western Playland when they departed the park, and have prevented the county from really having access to that space as programmable. And so those investments are intended to do that. You can see that some entrance and security enhancements to the Escalante and Sports Park to ensure that residents can access that, especially during large events. We can accommodate that additional flow of traffic. And then some enhanced or some basic construction on paving areas to ensure that residents have access to parking and don't have to worry about parking in dirt, especially during inclement weather. These are some of the options that Mr. Angst, Brad Angst with Stiefel will go over for the court, but you can see that based on the feedback we received from the court, we worked very closely with our financial advisor and our bond counsel and our internal departments to bring back options for the court to consider how you would like to move forward. I'll go and turn it over to Mr. Angst, who will be able to walk through the financial details of each of those alternatives.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is Brad Angst with Stiefel, serve as the county's municipal advisor. We have been reevaluating some of the financing options and costs. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. So right here we have a recap of first off the debt program that we have put together with you all over the years. And just a reminder and a recap here for the public and yourselves, the county debt portfolio has been designed not only to provide for one-time type projects, maybe large projects, but to continuously provide additional capacity in future years and over each year in order to take on maintenance projects, remediation projects, and other flexibility for your capital improvement needs as you move forward. Using debt financing, as Mr. Landeros explained, it helps provide a payment for that type of project over the life of the project, and that benefits everybody in the county budget, but it also attaches the use of that type of project to the folks who are going to pay for it in the future. So this year, this coming year, and the year after, there's a large reduction in your annual debt service payments. And this is from the county paying off your debt, making and finishing up payments, again, being prudent and diligent to pay down your bonds. And with that, you now have a drop off in what your budget your budgeted figures are on an annual basis. And because those payments are dropping off, it now provides a chance to layer on those next projects and needs that have been building within your capital improvement plan. So if those were to drop off and you did not address some of these capital improvement needs, we estimate that there'd be approximately $8 million of revenue that would come off and be lost on that INS tax rate side of the equation, so your project financing fund. And that equates, if you lose that amount, it would be about $100 to $110 million worth of project financing. So you would not be able to recoup that without a tax rate increase in the future. Currently, all the options and scenarios that we're looking at are tax rate neutral or a decline. Lastly, I want to jump to this bottom section here. Senate Bill 2 that was passed by the Texas legislature a couple years back really limited the county and the growth that you've been having there in the county in your budget as it pertains to that. The county's been growing fast, as you all are well aware. It's been averaging over 4.5% over the last 10 years. Last year, it grew upwards of 11 or 12%. The state put a cap on how much you can increase your budget in an annual basis. So even though you've grown well above this cap, you can only increase your budget on the M&O side by 3.5%. And so I wanted to point that out because what it's done is it's actually assisted in the county commissioners to reduce the total tax rate. So as people's property values have risen, you've actually been able to reduce that tax rate to still take care of your budget and also reduce the amount that your residents would pay. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is what I was just describing. So there on the left-hand side is the increase in the assessed valuation or all the property within the county over the past 10 years. While that has been going up so quickly, what I've highlighted here on the right-hand side in the orange square or box is the total tax rate that you all have adopted. And so you'll see in 2020, you were at 48 cents, 48.9 cents. The year after that, you decreased it down to 47 cents. And then this past year, the tax rate, the total tax rate that you adopted was 42.6 cents. So, so quite a big decline over the years. Just last year alone, you decreased by more than 4 cents. We could go to the next slide, please. So keeping that in mind, and then also, so while your assessed valuation is growing, your debt payments are actually scheduled to fall. And so on the very left-hand side of this chart, the bar chart on the left-hand side is the debt service that you're going to pay this fiscal year for all your outstanding obligations. So next year, you see that it steps down and drops off substantially, about $4.5 million. And then the next year after that, it again drops down approximately $4.5 to $5 million. So over the next 2 years, we have a decrease in your annual budgeted payments for debt service of $10 million. So that's what allows the county and the commissioners to consider layering on new projects and new financings in order to fill that drop off without increasing the tax rate. If we could go to next slide, please. So what we've done here is look at how much capacity do you have in any one year based on that drop off in current debt service. So looking at the bottom table again, the dark blue bars are your existing debt service payments. And then what we've identified here with the orange line is your capacity limitation. So how much revenue could you produce if you kept the tax rate the same without increasing the tax rate? And so you see a little bit of growth here. You see the line trending just slightly upwards over the next several years because of growth rates. And so we attached some conservative growth rates compared to what your historical numbers are. We did a 3.5% growth rate for the coming year and then reduced that to 2.5% over the next few years. Then after that, we end up at a 0.5%. Now, I just mentioned your historical growth rate over the last 10 years has been 4.5%, while last year was closer to 12%. So we are being conservative here on your capacity line. The next item I'll point out, the green bars represent how much debt service you could pay in any one year without increasing that tax rate. So it grows over the years, This coming year, as we just described, approximately 8 million, and then up to 10 million when you take into account the sales tax. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we've done here is the original option that we just, give me just a second. I'm having trouble seeing the full screen. I'm going to pull it up on my side so I can look along. Okay, so the scenario A, this first scenario is the original certificate of obligation that we came to as an option for you back on November 17th. And so this option looked at a 19-year financing. It was within that, switching it up here.
Go ahead, Brad. We were double checking the presentations.
Okay. Thank you. So this took a look at issuing $100 million of certificates of obligation for all of the projects that were identified by staff and by the court as important upcoming projects, and looked at the most flexible structure and optimized structure in order to take care of that $100 million, while also leaving future ability and future capacity for additional projects down the road. Those additional projects are being considered to go to the voters in the fall of 2024. So this makes sure to maintain that future capacity while taking care of approximately 100 million of projects here in the near term. Now, based on feedback we received from the court, from staff, that you all received from the public, you asked us to look at some different options. And so the next slide presents...
Brad, just 1 second. I'm going to switch over to the correct presentation that's been updated. 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Brad, it's been updated.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. If we could actually go back 1 slide. Okay, good. I wanted to show you this slide as well. This is something new that you all haven't seen. So what we wanted to look at was, what does that conservative estimate of your project capacity look like compared? How does that compare to the actual historical averages? And so that solid orange line is the analysis and projections that you've seen over the last couple of months. What we've added in here with the dotted line up above that is that's the 4.5% growth rate on the front end until we get out to about 2034 there. And then we revert back to 0.5 or 1% thereafter. So just wanted to show you that we do expect your future capacity to be above where we are projecting. We wanted to be conservative so that we make sure and stay within the current tax rate. We don't have a tax rate increase in case there is a flat year or a reduction. So if we could move to the next slide, please. Okay, so this was the one I was just describing. This is the original proposed structure that we brought to you last month. We did receive the feedback that you'd like to try and break up and look at some of these projects separately. And so we move on to some of the new financing scenarios on the following slide. Thank you very much. And so what we've done is we've split it up into a $41 million CO here that's for the public safety items that Jose and Christian just went through with you. And we wanted to look at what would a $41 million CO look like on its own. And so we did that. We present it here. We kept the original final 19-year maturity. But another item that we've done in order to try and save some money is split this up into more of a tax exempt series and then also retain the taxable portion for the projects that need that. If you'll recall, we had been working on 100% taxable type of structure previously. And so this one would still provide for all those public safety items. It would reduce your payments significantly. It would also retain the ability to issue the, go to an election in November of 2024 for a minimum of $100 million of projects. One item I want to point out on here is the total debt service figure. There on the right-hand side in blue, it is $69.9 million for this structure. And I'll be comparing that to another option here in just a moment. So that's alternative A. If we could go to the next slide and I'll show you alternative B. There was still a desire from some to potentially finance the remainder of the projects that were determined to be a tier 1 essential infrastructure. Same thing was done with this alternative in the manner that we kept the 19-year final maturity. Again, that fits within the 25 years allowable from the state of Texas. But we broke it up also into a tax-exempt portion and a taxable portion, which is going to save the county a significant amount of money. These projects on their own total about $100 million of debt service over the life of the loan. This too, this also can be structured in a way to maintain that $100 million of future general obligation capacity. And then as you'll see in the last bullet there up top, that both alternatives A and B, so the 41 million and the 59, they could be both approved and you can still preserve that future capacity should the court want to go that direction. Next slide, please. So this is a new option that we looked at, and I was somewhat pleased with the results. We heard the feedback. There was a little bit of concern for long-term debt obligations, that 19 to 25 years. And so we wanted to look at an option that was a shorter-term financing. And so we provide this scenario. It's an analysis that looks at doing this as a tax note instead of a certificate of obligation. And so this is the same $41 million of critical items for public safety infrastructure. We've shortened it to the 7 years allowable under the state rules. So the state allows you to finance your projects with a tax note, but they give you a constraint that you can only do it up to 7 years. And so what we find with this option is that it lowers your total debt service pretty significantly because you are repaying over 7 years instead of 19 years. You really cut your interest costs pretty substantially for that same $41 million. Now there's there's a little bit of drawback to that, right? It's not just the savings that are positive. If you notice the reddish orange bars that represent the annual debt service, so they've increased. You're paying higher payments to pay it off sooner, but by it increasing and being larger payments, you constrain a little bit of your future capacity. So we looked at this one, we looked at the tax note on its own, and it will be able to retain and maintain that future general bonding, general obligation bond capacity. You could also pair it with the $59 million CO and still maintain $100 million of future capacity, but it's a little more constrained, and I'll show you that here on the next slide. But just one last point here. This $41 million tax note saves the county and taxpayers about $19 million in interest cost compared to the certificate of obligation. So a good financial benefit there. As I said, the only drawback is it constrains you a little bit on how much you can do here in the short term. Next slide, please. And we also wanted to look at, well, say the county doesn't want to do the certificates of obligation at all. You know, maybe you want to use the tax note product and just do the short-term financing type product until you can get to that general bond election and put that in front of the voters. This is where the constraint starts to happen. You can't fit in that full $59 million of other projects if you do this route. So you can do the $41 million this year in order to take care of those critical public safety items. But then you're left with about $20 million that could be done next year, next fiscal year, to take on and chip away at some of those tier 1 and essential infrastructure projects. So just a partial portion of those other projects that were identified. So this one all in, again, it's 61 million of total projects done over 2 years, whereas the other one, other three scenarios, we're just looking at what you could do today and maintain that capacity for the 100 million in 2024. This also maintains that, but you're limited to the 61. Let me pause there for a moment and ask if there's any questions on these particular scenarios and the numbers and how we came to our results.
Actually, I wanted to, Judge, if I could just really quickly. Thank you first to our county staff and to you, Brad, for looking at all of these different options. That's precisely, I think, what we had asked the last time we met to discuss the proposed debt issuance. So I'm really happy to see all of these different options that are being brought forth to us. But I just want to make sure I understand alternative C, because we hadn't really discussed that in a public meeting before. We had really only been focused on the COs. So it's the 41 million that really covers the essential public safety infrastructure, a combination tax exempt and taxable. And if I understand correctly, that also is what helps us save some money. The difference that we can split it up between tax exempt and taxable. Correct? That also helps the county save some money.
That helps additionally. So not only the short-term repayment, but also adding in a tax exempt portion to that. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I may have skipped over that on alternative C.
Okay, great. And so compared to a CO for those same 41 million, if we do the tax note option, alternative C, we'll be saving the county will be saving $19 million in interest. I heard that correctly?
That is what we're estimating today. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. If the court chooses to move forward today with any of these options, that would be it would be our recommendation to at a minimum utilize this tax note for the 41 million of critical public safety projects as opposed to the certificate of obligation for that portion because of the savings. And then we can still accomplish and maintain that future capacity that you want us looking to and trying to maintain that flexibility in the future. We can still get that done with this product and also save you pretty substantially here on the front end. Great. I'll hand it back to Jose.
Thank you, Brad. Judge Commissioners, that concludes our presentation. We're able to take any questions that you all may have. I also wanted to let you know that Chief Medina with the Juvenile Probation Department is here to answer any questions or speak a little bit to the projects that are proposed for her department. Commander Chaitis with the Sheriff's Office is also available to talk a little bit about those jail and annex projects. And then Ms. Norma Rivera Palacios, our Executive Director of Public Works, who's the department who will be working on supporting and implementing a lot of these projects, also available in case you all have any questions. And then along with Mr. Ed Dion, who has received information about the issuance, we ensure that they were briefed on it and can provide you his professional financial opinion on the structures that the court is considering today.
The public comments, okay. So Commander Chaitis, you want to start us off?
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, I just wanted to remind the Commission that here's where we're at. The downtown jail was opened in 1983. It's over 40 years old. Through the years, we've been able to repair a lot of equipment that has needed to be replaced. However, it's reached a point where the parts are not even made available anymore. We're using parts from one floor to put on another floor, waiting for a time that we can replace the whole system. And I'm talking about electrical doors, the fire alarm systems, the monitoring system. It's gotten to the point that we were ready and we presented something a couple of years ago, and the Commissioner's Court decided to hold off until they did a jail study. Eventually nothing happened with the jail study, but it got to the point where our facilities are reaching a point where there's not much more Band-Aids we can put on them. They need to be replaced. A lot of the equipment needs to be replaced. As an example, we mentioned the elevators. The elevators is a lifeline for the downtown jail. Without that, we can't transport food up to the floors, take inmates up and down the facility. A lot of that equipment is reached this point where there's just not much we can do with it anymore. Facility maintenance, public works, some contractors have done the best that they can, but it's reached the point where a 40-year-old building has reached the point where it does need to be remodeled and a lot of equipment needs to be replaced. So we want to reemphasize that it is a 24/7 facility. It is required by Texas Commission and jail standards to maintain that building in order for us to house inmates. If not, we could reach a point where if we are not or don't come up with a plan on how we're going to replace or repair this equipment, they will hold us basically in violation. But the biggest thing is that we do need that facility up and running. The jail annex, as an example, is a 25-year-old building. And even though some people might think it's newer, it is also reaching a point where a lot of the equipment that is currently in there, especially the security camera systems, need to be replaced. So the importance of us bringing this to your attention is because as you're considering this funding, it is crucial, at least from our department, that those two facilities and the things that have been identified that need to be put in that facility is of an urgency for us to be able to maintain those buildings in accordance to TCJS and more than anything for the safety of our staff and our inmates. Unless you have any other questions, that's where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Commander, could you elaborate a little bit on maybe some of the potential issues and how that could become more costly or anything that you feel in terms of safety, in terms of any, critical situation based on not addressing these items?
Well, I can tell you for a fact that when we did a proposal about 6 years ago on some of the equipment that we were looking at needing to be replaced, because of the jail studies delay, that moved the number from what used to be $3-4 million is now costing us over $10 million. So as you know, and you're well experienced in this, everything seems to be going up. All contractors' prices are just going up. Our concern is that the longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. But that was an example of what I mentioned to you. 6 years ago, the quote we got was completely 3 times more this time around. And the longer we wait, a concern we have is our sewer lines. Our sewer lines are our security system. It's reached a point where we know those pipes are already cracked. We've had some situations where a lot of that stuff has gone down through the system all the way to the first floor. So again, facility maintenance does a great job in trying to maintain them. But I think we all, and Norma Palacio is on board with this, we are gotten to the point we do need to replace this equipment. We need to remodel our jails, especially for the next 20, 30 years.
Commissioner Leon, with your experience, any additional comments from this delays or?
No, I agree with the commander. The longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. And one of the things that he touched on is our ability to be within standards with Texas. Once you violate that, you've got so many days to make improvements, and they have to be done. I mean, there's no way around it. It's like in your own house. If you've got something going on wrong, it's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better by itself. So these are some of the issues that we have to get done. There's whether we do it now or later, it's just a matter of more money later or now.
What I would not like to see is that it becomes cost restrictive to do it properly, and then you end up having to keep the patchwork going because fixing it completely becomes almost impossible. So and that's what I've been hearing quite a bit from the sheriff's office. So
yeah, and Commander, how often does the state come do an inspection?
They used to do it every year. Now it appears that they are looking at doing it every other year. It just depends. But of course, they can do an unannounced inspection at any time that they want to. All it takes is somebody to file a complaint or whatever, and they can do a random just inspection. So it just depends, Commissioner, on whatever Texas Commission of Jail Standards decides.
And the cameras, I know that we're always going back to the cameras to look at some events that take place. And that's another critical part of your security there.
Yeah, that's been a problem we're having. We're not, in some cases, are not recording where we should be recording for liability purposes and for possible lawsuits. Our intercom systems within our facility, especially the downtown jail, it's its last page. I mean, all I can tell you is that there are a lot of areas where the intercom system isn't working. We know we've been trying to fix it, but they just don't make those parts for them anymore. And all it takes is that one emergency where an officer cannot communicate or cannot be heard through the intercom system, or an inmate that could result in a possible liability or lawsuit against the county. I think it's crucial for us to, at some point, really identify, like we have already, the areas that need to be repaired or replaced and remodel the building, especially for the next 30, 40 years. I've been here 38 and a half years, and I can tell you that downtown jail needs major repairs.
Thank you.
Commander, thank you, and thank you for all you do to compensate for these situations. We appreciate that. Thank your team for us as well. Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Norma, go ahead. We'll have you next.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. I just want to echo what Commander Chaides mentioned. The projects that have been identified here are very important. The majority of our buildings and equipment is sold, and delaying the proper maintenance will lead to additional costly expenses that will need to be addressed at a higher cost in the future. It is essential to invest in our assets. These investments will better support our operations, our constituents, our county employees, and our children. Just like Commander Chaides said, we keep going back to the facilities, addressing there are major things, but putting Band-Aids on these. We can't continue to work this way. I think it's essential at this point to make the investment and solve the problems. I'm available to answer any questions, and I can give you examples in some of these projects. I can tell you that we had a roof leak we didn't have the funds to replace it. That ended up being a problem with the walls, now with the floors. So that's become a major expensive project that is going to be addressed. So we are asking for your support to move forward with these projects.
Thank you, Norma. Commissioner Holguín, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Norma. So one of the alternatives that we're looking at for funding these emergency public safety items, which I think are on slide 16 of Jose's presentation, one of them is the tax note, which would reduce the debt period to a 7-year maturity. Would there be any issue with any of these projects that are on the slide 16? Can all of those be completed in time if we do the tax note option?
I'm looking at the list now, Commissioner. I believe that we're prepared to address all of them. I don't see any major problems in getting these done. And if there was anything, we'd come back to the court. But as of now, I think we can successfully address these projects.
Actually, I think it's the slide right before this one, Miguel. On mine, it shows 16, but this one, yes. So you don't foresee any issue with completing these projects in time if we were to do the tax note option?
Try to look at all of them, Commissioner, just to make sure. I don't see a problem with addressing these in 7 years.
Great, thank you.
And Jose, is this part of option D?
This
C.
A and C.
A and C.
And just for the court's awareness, so what we would do based on any action and direction the court takes and gives today, we would work on we would work with Public Works to look at what those project schedules would be for the projects that are being considered for funding, so that by the time some of these items start coming back to the court, we have updated project schedules. We can forecast how many of these might be eligible to be put into a taxable versus tax exempt. But with working closely with Public Works, we feel confident that we can, bring these projects to fruition very quickly and ensure that we are having concurrent timelines as we're working on the financial aspects of these projects, that we're working on the operational implementation of them as well.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Chief Medina wanted to make any comments about the
I
needs
just
at
wanted to,
JPD.
on this particular one, Betsy, just want to ask if there's any additional comments from you?
Thank you, Judge. First of all, I want to thank our team for the work that they've done on these projects and on the community meetings, and all of the county team for working for many years to try to plan this work. I did want to mention something. I know we've met with some members of the public who have expressed concerns about debt issuance, and one of the comments that we discussed was the county planning for some of these expenses in its operating budget. Over the period of time, that is something that we might have been able to do more of had we not seen that cap on our M&O tax rate. So as debt fell off, we might have been able to increase the M&O side enough to start having an ongoing funding source. But also historically, for the last probably 8 to 10 years, the county has been trying to plan and move more funding into our operating side for capital items. So one of the things that we've talked about is we used to buy vehicles with long-term debt. And that's not a good business practice. We'd be paying on it long after the life of the vehicle. And vehicles are something that we can all understand and relate to, but we also over time, we've issued debt for things that are more operational cost. We've worked over time to incorporate those into the budget, but the court has always been very conscientious about the tax impact. So we've tried to do that very gradually. I can't say why we hadn't done it 20 years ago. I don't know what the county was facing exactly at that time. There may have been reasons they didn't. But I do want to clarify for the record, we do continue to work and put programs and plans in place to address these things before they're even needed, to identify that we're going to need the funding, to find funding sources. A couple years ago, we started our what we call recurring capital. We looked at all the capital requests we had that added up but were smaller in nature. And the court gave us funding specifically on the M&O side to start replacing some of those items. These are things like ballistic vest, air conditioners that go out, ADA improvements. So the county has been chipping away at these long-term capital planning needs for many years. These are some of the more critical ones that we have not been able to fund through the M&O side at this point in time. $41 million in our budget is a significant impact. That's almost at least a 9 cents tax increase to do all in one short time on the M&O side. And that's something that I know you all have been very clear to us. You don't want to do that to the taxpayers. We cannot do it to the taxpayers at this current legislative environment we live in. But just wanted to emphasize that and to also really show our support and put our support behind what we're asking of the court to consider for, at minimum, those public safety improvements. While all of this is very critical in Tier 1, in the Tier 1 presentations that we've made, that you all have also identified in all of our work sessions, at minimum, we have to make those public safety improvements.
And Betsy, then that's what, I guess the essence of what you're saying is that we've never had the money to do the full, so we're always having to patch, sort of Band-Aid kind of approach, and we continue that, it becomes very expensive. So we're finally, and like you've said before, it's not like we started today. I mean, we started working off the debt, years and years ago to get to this point to be able to afford that. So, it's very different to be able to take care of a project with that kind of money than trying to do it with our operational money. It just doesn't, it's not sufficient to address the whole issue. Am I correct in paraphrasing that?
Correct, sir. And then also, I can't speak for what a future court will do, but all along, part of the plan has been the essential function, the essential needs being issued this year as a CO. And the concept was that, and of course, this is before some of the legislative environment changes, because this has been a long-term ongoing plan. And then that the more quality of life things that we'd like to do, to be able to go, we've worked hard to plan to be able to go to the public in 2024 to say, would you like these things at a flat tax rate? Keeping your tax rate as flat as possible, if not for sure flat, or if they wanted more than what would cost to keep flat, but that would be a public choice.
Decision.
But even then, we've worked really diligently to try to give them that option without a tax increase. So I just really wanted to emphasize that that's been the goal, and that's been the message you all have set for us. And we really hope that at least at this point we'd love to do both the $41 million and the $59 million worth of projects. It's been many years since we've been able to do that kind of projects, and I don't see you all slowing down, to be honest. Every year we go into strategic planning. All year I hear from you things you want to do for your communities, your precincts, and for the overall community. And without some funding, we're not able to continue that progress.
Achieve that.
So, thank you, Judge.
No, and Betsy, thank you for additional comments. Chief, you want to enlighten us with what's happening at?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Rosie Medina, Chief Juvenile Probation Officer. With me, I have Interim Deputy Chief Albert Mendez, as well as our building engineer, Mr. Madrid, to speak a little bit about our requests. As Commander Chaides had mentioned, we are a 32-year-old building, and we're facing many of the same challenges our county jail are facing. Our sewer system, as well as our security system, it's outdated, no longer supported. The software is not supported any longer. We have blind spots within our correctional settings which cause or pose potential liability issues for us. We're seeing an increase in our daily detention rates as well as the type of offenders that are coming into the facility. So that's really one of our concerns, is that we have an updated security system. Our intercom system isn't working. But I'll turn it over to them. They're the subject matter experts and have the detail as to exactly what our needs are. And you posed a really good question, the liability question, and what if we don't do this? We don't get these areas covered. Our roof, that's one clear example of patchwork that's been done over the years. Just a couple of months ago, our roof now in our challenge facility where we house children is now leaking pretty bad. When it does rain, we have to vacate the kids, move them around to keep them safe. Obviously, that's not an environment that we want to be keeping our children in. So I'll let Mr. Mendez speak a little bit more in detail.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, Albert Mendez, Interim Deputy Chief. I think our chief already spoke a lot in detail of some of our projects. She already spoke about the security system that currently, does not have the full functionality that we should be having in terms of the cameras, the platforms, in terms of the software and the hardware is outdated and can no longer be fixed. The sewer also needs to be replaced. It's 32 years old. Has the original cast iron, and its potential for catastrophe is really large there. She touched a little bit about the roof. We continually have leaks right now. It's affecting our operations. We've had to move some of our officers out of their offices. Some of the juveniles she touched upon on the pods that we've had to kind of move them around where there's no leaks. It's starting to kind of also damage some of the walls and things like that. I think Ms. Palacios spoke about that earlier, that it's damaging some of the walls and some of the flooring there at the department. So we do want to thank you for your consideration and your approval for these 3 projects that the department has submitted. So thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Joseph Madrid, Facility Maintenance Manager. And just as Mr. Mendez relayed, we have a lot of the same problems as they have downtown. The pipe work is past its service, useful life. And unfortunately, an item like this, you need to be proactive with. It's catastrophic when it fails. You crush your pipe, you don't have any drainage, and immediately you'll need to remove. You can't have housing at that point. So you need to be proactive. You can't wait until something like that happens. And some other things, you can stand back and wait a little while, but some items like these, you just need to go out in front of the curve and do the repair before the failure.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you. Thank you.
And if I can just ask a question, Judge, to Chief Medina. We heard Commander Chaitis talk about potential issues with accreditation if some of the issues at the jails don't get repaired. I'm assuming the same thing applies to our JPD facility, correct?
So currently, we are monitored very closely by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. They come out and audit our facility yearly or every other year. One of our goals is to become a PREA certified facility, and the standards are higher than what the state standards are. So they definitely do monitor all of our safety parameters, plumbing, fire extinguishers, not the security cameras. They don't monitor that. Our refrigeration equipment, heating and cooling, which is one of the issues that's currently being worked on. Our county has generously funded the replacement of our generators and backup generators for the facility, because when they go out, our systems shut down. So we are monitored by TJJD, but they are not as stringent as if we were to be monitored by PREA.
But the goal is to eventually get to that higher standard,
Our
right?
goal is to get there, definitely. Yes, hopefully within the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Betsy, did we have anyone else from the county?
The only other department that is included in the request is the medical examiner's office. They were not available to be with us this afternoon, but I can tell you this is a very critical project. It's one that we have actually tried to fund multiple ways, and we have always had something come up that required the use of the funding. And so this, again, as we've seen the medical examiner, the size of the medical examiner's current facility and the design of the current facility is not conducive to our demands or for any future ability to expand up and down as needs may arise, which we've learned over the last few years, that we need to have that design into the facility, that we could ramp up storage temporarily and bring it back down as needed. So that, I can't emphasize enough how critical that is. And also, you may recall, over the past probably about 6 to 8 years, we've really tried to increase our quality and our standards in the medical examiner's office. We're doing significantly more examinations and autopsies than we did even when I started in 2000, or when we worked on this and addressed it in 2010. We have significantly increased the amount of death examinations that are performed to meet and maintain our NAMI accreditation. So.
And I don't think too many people that were not in the front line understood the impact that COVID had on them, and then the expenses that we had to take over to compensate for the lack of a facility. I mean, a lot of the decisions that we made and with the funeral homes and were based on that we didn't have the right design or the right opportunity to address some of these very critical. And I mean, they did an amazing job, but boy, did we push the envelope on having to use other options versus what if we had the right design of the medical examiner's office.
Sir, the cost, which fortunately we did receive some funding, some federal funding for, but the costs were almost as much as what we're asking for this facility that we had to use for that temporary period.
For those options. Thank you, Betsy. Okay, Miguel, we're ready for public comments.
Sir, we have a
Just
couple.
Oh, yes.
Just
go
real
ahead.
quick, I wanted to ask, can y'all, there was a different backup posted than, I think yesterday than there was this morning, the presentation. Can you, I don't know if you can briefly explain to the public what the differences are in the two pieces?
On the Stiefel presentation? Yes, sir. So if you were noticing at the beginning of Brad's original presentation, the major difference was the alignment of the scenarios as they were presented today, right? And so the original backup had coupled some of them together. We wanted the court to have each individual scenario based on your individual feedback. And also, one of the major changes was that 5-cent revenue forecast on the debt tax rate, showing the difference between the model that Stiefel has developed, which is rather conservative, and then the average historic growth, which is about 4.5%. And so that slide has a new line on it. So all the information that the court may consider taking action on was included in the original backup. There was actually just a little bit more information about what the county's financial position is based on historic trends versus the forecasted model that Stiefel put together.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
And just for our IT staff, so if you click on the link to the Stiefel presentation online, it doesn't come up. So it says the file is not found. So I'm not sure if we're still working on trying to get the presentations.
The one that we just displayed has been emailed to Cesar and Jessica for updating.
Great. So if that could just be updated for the public, please.
And then Judge, Mr. Dion, our county auditor, was also available to provide his analysis and then take any questions the court may have.
I apologize. Mr. Dion, thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. I just want to commend staff and the departments for excellent information and presentation to the Commissioners Court. Definitely, as you can see, there's lots of challenges. Your financial advisor also has worked diligently with staff and has given an excellent presentation. I know you've heard me over the years about the budget process and trying not to put capital items in your general fund. You have so many needs right now, and you have an opportunity to move forward with your bonding capacity declining, and you as a stewards of El Paso County have an obligation to make sure to the safety and welfare of the citizens, and to make sure that the departments and elected officials have what they need to provide those county services. I'm in total agreement that you should be tapping into that bonding capacity at this point in time to deal with those major dire projects that need to be funded, knowing full well that the impact to the taxpayer is that the INS tax rate will not change. Well, it will not increase. It could actually even still go down. But you have the ability to make these decisions without affecting the taxpayers. And you all have been doing what's financially responsible, and this would be a prudent thing for you all to move forward on. I know there's a lot of options out there for you, but I'm in total agreement with the process. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dion, and I'm hoping that you will be able to stay and hear the public comments in case there's anything that you want to correct or anything like that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Jose?
Judge, so as Commissioner Stout was mentioning that there was a presentation that we presented that was originally in the backup, but we updated it with the updated information that Brad had provided. We'd be glad to go over the original presentation if there's any desire. I know there's a comment that we presented something different than the one that was posted 72 hours before the meeting. But we'd be glad to go over the original one and show what the differences were.
Commissioner?
I think that that might be something that
would that be you, Jose?
Miguel, no, it'll be Mr. Angst with Stiefel.
This is the one that you provided that was attached together?
Right, okay. So, Brad, if you're available, these are the original slides that you had sent over before we had that discussion about the historic tax rate or the historic tax capacity and that dotted orange line on the next slide. So I can turn it over to you, and I believe this slide remained unchanged. This was in both presentations. This one did change, and Brad, I'll turn it over to you here.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
This is Brad Angst again with Stiefel, Financial Advisor to the county. Just to go through this analysis and make sure that full disclosure. This is the same capacity analysis. The orange line represents the current tax rate with conservative growth rates projected into the future below your historical average. The dark blue represents your current debt obligations and payments. And the green represents the amount of annual debt service that you can take on in any 1 year without increasing your current tax rate. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this is the same scenario that we had presented to the court back on November 17th. It's a $100 million certificate of obligation, amortized over 19 years. That 19 years is within the 25-year maximum that the state allows. These numbers presented here are on are done on a taxable basis, so all projects would be funded with taxable bonds and proceeds, and the debt service totals approximately $180 million. Next slide, please.
And just to add to that, Brad, under the presentation we presented the court this afternoon, scenario A is no longer a scenario A, but this is rather the original scenario, and that's what's reflected on the updated presentation. So just names. None of the information financially changes. It's really just how we're referring to them and how they correspond to the items in the presentation.
Yeah, thanks for that clarity, Jose. So this scenario B that is shown here on the next slide is still for the same 41 million of projects and the 59 million of projects. It's showing them together So the 100 million doesn't necessarily change. They're all done as COs on a taxable basis, and the financing and the financial implications do not change. Again, this is a 19-year final maturity, and this corresponds to today's presentation. It was broken out into two different pieces, a $41 million separate from a $59 million. Again, so the projects can be considered, the amounts can be considered on their own. If we could go to the next slide, please.
And this scenario B now refers to alternate A, which is the $41 million CO for critical public safety infrastructure, and alternative B, which is the $59 million CO for Tier 1 essential public infrastructure.
Great. This scenario C that we're showing here pertains to the third option that we presented today, and it's using a $41 million tax note instead of a certificate of obligation. And that type of debt obligation has a 7-year final maturity. This shows the $41 million done as a tax note in conjunction with the $59 million CO. This maintains the future capacity for a general obligation bond election in 2024 for at least $100 million in the future. These numbers and figures were done on a taxable basis.
And this would refer to alternate C, and then because it was duplicative, as we were describing each of these products, that $59 million CO for Tier 1 Essential, it refers back to alternate B, right? And so we wanted to provide more clarity on and give the court the ability to take individual options up as you all wanted to at your discretion, which is why they were revised in the backup that we presented today. And that was shown with the PowerPoint that was posted on Friday at the 72-hour mark.
Great. This last option, very similar to the one we showed you in the backup presentation. This option shows a $41 million tax note done this year. And then it shows a $20 million tax note done next year. Again, that's if you go exclusive to the tax note type product, this is the maximum that can be done while maintaining a minimum of $100 million of future capacity at a general obligation bond election. I will point out, though, while I talked about this earlier, that using these tax notes cuts interest costs, it does increase the amount of your annual payment, and that causes the front end of debt service to be squeezed, if you will. But on the other hand, it maintains the future capacity by not amortizing and paying off bonds over those future years beyond year 7. So from year 8 to 19, it actually preserves more future capacity. And so we see a little bit of growth that can be used at a general obligation bond in the future. So that last bullet point, you'll see it refers to $125 million of projects that can be done at a future election. Next slide, please. This is a slide that you've seen in the past. We were asked to determine and calculate how much of the current tax rate goes towards debt service, and how much of that would go towards $100 million worth of projects. And so looking about halfway down the page, the bar charts that go left to right, I'll point out the $165,000 home tax value. That is the average home within the county. And so the debt service portion are those bottom two figures of the group of 4 there. So it says existing INS portion of $59.71. And then to take on these new projects would cost approximately $22.83 for the average home payer. Now, that's not it. That's not additional dollars. That's just what portion of their current tax bill would go towards these projects. As mentioned many times, this can be done without a tax rate increase. So if the average home value stays at $165,000, the bill will look like this in the future again. Next slide, please.
Brad, if I could add, so when we made that comparison about your paying off a car, you're getting ready for your final monthly payment, and you're going to consider financing a new car, and you're taking on that existing car payment, what that car payment would look like in real terms based on to the average homeowner is $1.90 per month. That $1.90 per month to the average homeowner allows the county to issue up to $100 million in new project capacity without a proposed increase to the county tax rate.
All right. A little bit of update on the market interest rates. As we've talked about in the past, and as you're probably aware, interest rates have come up quite a bit over the last year, and especially over the last 6 months. We do still see, as I look to the chart on the bottom left of that page, that the interest rates are still well within the 20-year historical averages. So even though we've come up from the near historic lows, which are represented there in the dotted green line near the bottom of the range, we are still at a good time here to lock in costs for your projects should you have projects that are needed to be done. So that's a look at the tax exempt interest rate market on that page. And on the following slide, I have the taxable breakdown and some analysis based on interest rates. Again, we've seen that increase going back, looking at the top left chart, really back in December, January of this year, we saw the rates start to tick up. And then in the summer months, May, June, July is really when we saw quite a big spike and then steady growth here over the last couple months. We do anticipate that that should start to slow down. There's been some signs that inflation numbers in a month-over-month basis are starting to slow. We expect the Fed to incrementally reduce the amount of increases that they're doing. So instead of the 75 basis points, there's now increases. There's now consensus that amongst the market and analysts that we're going to get more of a 50 basis point increase or maybe even less. A similar chart there on the as the last slide on the bottom left of this page is a look at where current rates are today, represented by that black line and dark blue dotted line versus the last 20-year and historical range. Again, we're within that 20-year range. We haven't busted that. We're not in a new high interest rate environment compared to the historic norms. However, we have come up from where we were. So what we're able to do with your bonds, like any of them, is maintain some prepayment flexibility through the use of call options. And so that will allow us to go out in the future when the interest rates decline, refinance your debt at lower interest rates in the future and bring some of those payments down. And then on the last slide, next slide, please, we just have a rough outline of a calendar and what, if the court were to move forward with a notice of intent today, what the rest of the timeline may look like. So, of course, we had the big presentation November 17th. We're back with you here today, December 12th. If there is a publication of a notice of intent, there would be a wait period until January 30th, until the Commissioner's Court would consider and finalize any authorization of a certificate of obligation sale. After that is done, we would look to, in the month of February, potentially lock in interest rates, and then we project in late March, perhaps early April, to be able to fund some of these projects and provide the closing and flow of funds to the county to begin payment for some of your projects. That concludes this presentation.
Thank you all for.
Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir.
And I do apologize for that oversight. Again, there was no, all the financial information was there. At this point, it's still an estimate. As we work through some of the details about whether projects are tax exempt or taxable, some of those numbers may be revised once again, but those will be updated as we post subsequent agenda items on any direction or any process that the court gives us or that the court takes today.
Commissioner, thank you for catching that, because we don't want to make it sound like there was anything else but what was explained here. So thank you.
We have 3 guests signed up to speak here in person, and the rest are on the phone. The first speaker we have is Ms. Carla Sierra. And just as a reminder, we do have a 5-minute limit for this.
Hey, Carla, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon. Sorry, it's been a long Monday, so thank you so much for the opportunity for having me here. I'd like to say that I'm not nervous, but I'm always nervous when I come in front of you, so thank you for the opportunity. Again, just want to elaborate on who we are and who I am. The Libre Initiative is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, and we really strive to educate and elevate and engage our community. What we learned from our previous efforts is that El Pasoans want to be more involved. They really want the opportunity to learn more about how decisions our elected officials make and how they affect us. Libre continues to disapprove of utilizing COs or non-voter approved debt to fund projects. Incurring more debt without voter approval will disenfranchise your constituents from the democratic process. At a time when individuals are cautious about being involved in politics and policy and kind of staying at an arm's length, this will only distance them to become more, will distance them further from actually being involved with this process. El Paso has 5 taxing entities: UMC, county, city, community college, and school districts. We understand there are needs that our community has to use funds for, such as public safety capital improvement projects, but wouldn't the best practice be to be proactive instead of reactive, and be more intentional when informing the El Paso community about funds and how they're being allocated and spent? During the previous meeting, when these projects were introduced, you tasked your team to schedule community meetings. This is a step in the right direction. Although I applaud their efforts, most El Pasoans were not aware of the 8 meetings that were scheduled, and much less knew that the county was again proposing to pass $100 million in certificates of obligation. So we are asking, to please be more intentional with your constituents, as well as provide them the opportunity to really understand the decisions that you're making and why you're making them. We strongly disagree with funding these projects via COs and splitting the projects into 2 COs. Again, this is kind of finding a loophole within the loophole of certificates of obligation, because now if your community would decide to do another petition, we would have to collect 50,000, a minimum of 50,000 signatures, because now they're split up into 2 COs. So when we discovered this, the optics of that for the community, did not look very positive. Ascarete also sits, I know one of the projects that was on the November 17th presentation was the Ascarete Park Festival area, as well as a square dance linear park. Ascarete sits on in an area that's an aging population. Not many can probably attend some of the functions that you want to have when you do the expansion there. And so, really being considerate of them, I think, is also helpful, is to, it essentially will be in their backyards, and it's not probably a demographic that will be attending some of these events that you'd like to have there. And just to kind of close, just because you can utilize COs does not mean that they're ethically correct to do so. And I'd like to provide an example. Recently in California and New York, they recently passed a law where individuals can actually shoplift $500 in merchandise without being apprehended or even charged. Although this is not in Texas, obviously, which is great, that doesn't necessarily mean that because they're able to do that means that we should encourage them to do so. And I leave you with that example because that really is where COs bring us to, right? Just because our elected officials are able to utilize them does not mean that they're ethically or morally correct to do so. During our previous effort, we spoke to thousands of El Pasoans, knocked on over 19,000 doors, and we did find that most of them did not even know that we had 5 tax identities. Most of them did not know what COs were. And so there really is an information gap that we really want to continue, LIBEDA wants to continue to fill that gap with our community. As a constituent and as a LIBEDA director, I do encourage you to act with prudence and reconsider these COs, as many El Pasoans are continuing to struggle with rising costs of living and inflation. In our opinion, the best option, although not ideal, are either the tax anticipation note, which saves $19 million in interest, or the general obligation bonds, which would allow constituents to come to the ballot and actually vote on what they would like to see in our communities. We understand that there are some pressing projects, such as the county jail and the juvenile detention center, that if not addressed immediately, we would essentially pay more in the long run, and we do understand that part. And again, we do appreciate your team had an opportunity to meet with some of them and kind of discuss the perspective on how the El Paso constituents kind of view things. And we do appreciate that. We really do see that. So thank you for the time and appreciate everything that you all do.
Carla, thank you for your professionalism, and Betsy spoke really highly of the meeting that you had, so thank you.
Our next speaker, we have Ms. Guadalupe Giner.
Welcome, Mrs. Giner.
Commissioners, how are you? Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Because other people have spoken, a lot of what I'm saying has already kind of been addressed, but here we are again talking about debt without voter approval. And if you had asked most of the people in the county what a certificate of obligation was 6 months ago, nobody had an idea. But now we do, and it's not something that the community wants. We don't want long-term debt. So here I am trying again to clarify what I believe is a lot of your constituents think about issuing debt without voter approval. I apologize, my voice is losing a little bit. Issuing debt without voter approval is not acceptable. We must put all debt issuance up to a vote. Certificates of obligation, whether they raise taxes or not, and I know we've said over and over this will not raise our taxes, have to cease being part of the county's toolbox for financing projects. And Carla kind of addressed that, that cannot happen. Just because you can do it doesn't mean that you should. So I don't think the court understands how the constituents feel disrespected, ignored. The court again brings up the issuance of certificates of obligation so soon that it seems almost disrespectful. It is not that we don't understand, we understand, but we don't want you to entangle voters on long-term debt, especially without our approval. Although I don't believe it was the court's intention, bringing up the COs in 2 smaller votes appears to attempt to make it more difficult for your constituents to stop something that they do not agree with. Looking at the projects now on the CO and hearing from your presentations, it's apparent to me that the Commissioners Court did not plan for a replacement of county assets. You heard the gentleman say 6 years ago they came and said they needed to have this addressed, and it was not. Replacement of HVAC, fire alarms, electrical panels, issuing debt for 20 years, 25 years for items that are likely to need to be replaced again does not make any sense. I understand that a capital budget is now in place, and Mr. Landeros is doing a wonderful job with asset tracking, which is what we needed to do. However, due to the lack of planning, maybe not just by this court, but the previous court, now you've put the taxpayer in a no-win situation. Assets that have far exceeded their normal life now need to be replaced all at once. And I noticed that there was a $700 million capital need. That's unbelievable. Park improvements, roads and sidewalks, telecommunication and IT systems, these are all items that your current voters expect you to be taking care of with the taxes that we're paying now. And so we don't understand why that's not happening. Where is our tax money going? According to the county auditor, you have collected more than $3 million in the first quarter of the 2023 versus 2022. I'm assuming this is valuations in homes. Where is the money? Can we use that money for these emergency replacements so that you don't have to issue debt? That would be something I would like for the court to address, because not only are you getting more income from taxes, you also had a lot of money come in through ARPA. And I know that ARPA has specific issues that you need to address, but I did see that you had county and roads and things like that in there. Why wasn't that enough? Why are we still being asked as taxpayers to pay more? Finally, please understand that your constituents don't want any debt issued without their approval. Not $350 million, not $200 million, not $100, and not $50 million. Just like the rest of us, the county needs to learn to live within their own budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenneth. Appreciate your time. Go ahead, Jessica.
Next speaker, we have Ms. Minerva Torres Shelton.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners and County Judge. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you to express my concerns and the concerns of other people I know in El Paso. Certificates of obligation is a no-win situation for the government and the people. As elected officials, you want El Pasoans to know that you are doing a great job funding the government. You want to present a positive image in front of the community, showing that you are providing services and meeting the needs of the community. However, debt without voter approval is wrong. I reviewed the funding you are currently requesting and heard it today, and some of those projects are really needed. But how come the funding wasn't allotted at the beginning of the fiscal year? How come there was no pre-planning to avoid certificates of obligation? You must be thinking, must be some citizen who has never been in government and has no idea what you do or what goes into the budget process. Or that I'm just a mother who has no clue about keeping El Paso functional. Or that I have a narrow perception and cannot see the overall picture. However, I'm fully engaged in my community, and I often talk to people from different walks of life. I understand the problems and the struggles that they are facing. In the last open forum, I tried to convince myself why I shouldn't speak in front of you. And believe me, I found plenty of reasons or other priorities that required my attention. However, earlier in the day, as I was rushing to the county commissioner's courtroom, I met a complete stranger who greeted me, who thought I was going to another event. I explained I was preparing to speak before you because you were attempting to raise our property taxes. That stranger, a lady who was part of the cleaning staff, stopped what she was doing and made eye contact and thanked me for doing what I was doing. That lady thanked me for speaking on behalf of those who cannot afford to pay higher property taxes. She proceeded to say a small prayer and ask God that He give me the courage and wisdom to say the appropriate words that would cause you to listen to them. That experience, the words from a complete stranger, made me realize that I should be here to speak for those who don't have the courage to speak or who cannot afford to take time away from their work to be here. Judge Samaniego, County Commissioners, El Paso families are struggling due to the inflation we currently face. Families are struggling to make their house payments or put food on the table. As you vote today on the certificate's obligation, it might be good to ask yourselves the following questions. Can El Pasoans continue to bear the burden of higher taxes? Or by voting no, can they benefit from a reduction in taxes? Is it compassion to force people out of their homes or from buying a home? Is adding more debt to the city the best way to secure a bright future for El Paso? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
On the phone, we have Mr. Ryan Woodcraft.
Mr. Woodcraft?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you.
I know I have 5 minutes, but a lot of the comments have already been spoken, so I won't take up the entire time. First, I'd like to say thank you. I do appreciate your fiscal responsibility over the past couple of years. The longer I've lived in the community, the more I see that you do the best you can with what you have to make El Paso County great for all of us that live in it. I'd also like to say thank you because we called in last month with some of the same concerns that we're expressing today. You put the notice of intent to issue the certificate of obligation on hold for some more community outreach efforts and exploring alternative means of financing options. And while I may not agree with all of them, I do want to say thank you for putting a pause on that vote and reaching back out to the community. I don't think any of us would disagree that these projects within our community are needed and have been long overdue to be accomplished. Especially as a frequent user of the county sports park, not only are infrastructure improvements needed, but staff and organization improvements are needed as well. But that's a whole separate conversation. Just because we paid off previous bonds does not give us the green light to issue new debt. It creates an opportunity for us to save surplus for true emergencies as we move forward. Going back to the car payment analogy that was used earlier, I don't get to finance my property taxes, but I can finance a car, or I can wait a couple of months or a couple of years to purchase a new one. So while I understand the analogy of the moment, we don't have that freedom as everyday taxpayers. A general obligation means that it's voter approved. And yes, we have the second lowest in the state, which is pretty close to where we should be. Again, we're not opposed to the projects. And to be quite honest, I would vote for this if it was placed on the ballot. But we are opposed to non-voter approved debt. Tax anticipation notes are not only not voter approved, they don't give us the option to protest, which means there's nothing we can do to stop it. We're going to pay for it whether we like it or not. Certificates of obligation are also non-voter approved, but we at least have an opportunity to protest and petition so that we can place those on the ballot. Certificates of obligation or the notice of intent for a certificate of obligation could trigger another drive for a petition that requires significant signatures. However, if those signatures are acquired, you're looking at potentially stopping any work on the projects that are placed before the court today for years anyways. So why not do it the right way and put it in the budget or put it before the voters in general obligations? Again, we don't dismiss the needs of the community. We just want to have a say-so in how our tax dollars are spent. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Woodcroft. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. John Hogan.
Good afternoon. Hello?
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. My biggest problem with all of this is the fact that we're just accumulating debt constantly and never paying it off. I'm retired now, and I'm disabled. And my house, I'm going to have to move out of it. You know, the crazy thing is, I can't afford to stay here in El Paso. And it's not all you guys' fault. A lot of it is the city. and a lot of it is school districts. And you can't do anything about the school districts or the city, so we'll skip by that. But we've got 5 different taxing entities all clawing at everybody. And it doesn't matter whether you're owning the house or renting it. You know, I could move into a mobile home and it would be the same thing, you know, only on a smaller basis and not such nice conditions. I've looked forward to my retirement years, and I think everything just ganged up on me at once. I was looking forward to moving up to the mountains in a nice cabin environment with my wife, and nope, that's been sort of put on hold financially. The other thing is, if I do manage to get a loan to finish off that place, it's going to take me years to repay it. It's just not fair to us that you guys could consider spending our money without our say. And I realize that it costs money to run an election. Doesn't matter, because you're going to have to run elections anyway, and you just add a ballot item. That doesn't cost anything. I really appreciate your time, and I hope that other people think the way I do. I was astounded at how many people voted for the spending bills that were on the last ballot. That's crazy. In times like these, where our costs are going up and interest rates are rising, it's crazy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan, for your time. Thanks.
Our last speaker we have on the phone is Mr. Max Grossman.
Go ahead, Dr. Grossman.
Thank you very much. Judge, Commissioners, can you hear me?
We sure can, Dr. Grossman.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First, I have to protest the change to the stifle presentation. Okay, we just heard from staff that the adjustments to the new version were insubstantial. Actually, the two versions are quite different. Okay, one is 11 pages, one is 14 pages. They have different language, and yes, they do have different numbers. If you compare versions A, B, C, and D page by page, they're quite different. And so I, as a tax-paying El Pasoan, and as one who follows government, did not have the opportunity to look over this with a cup of coffee and spend time understanding it before making this comment. Okay? Section 551043 of Title 5, subsection A of Texas law requires notice to be posted within 72 hours, okay, or 72 hours before the meeting, I should say. And then the county webpage makes clear that the agenda must be up 72 hours before the meeting. When the UMC posted their backup only 24 hours before you considered that $300-something million CO issuance, members of the Commissioner's Court, at least a couple of them, were pretty upset about that. This is not 24 hours. This is actually during the meeting this morning that there was a change to the backup. I'm not even sure, quite frankly, that this should be voted upon at this time. Staff has a responsibility to make that agenda available in a timely way 72 hours before the meeting. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Secondly, I heard staff say in the November 17th meeting a lot about how this is a great instrument, COs, to be used to finance county spending. But I want to make clear that the Comptroller of Texas, in its original guidance, made very clear that this is going to be for emergencies only, right? The cities of Houston and Dallas, for example, combined have under $40 million in CO debt, just for example. The city of El Paso has over $800 million. Each city, each county, each government entity has a different culture of how it issues debt. And so far, the county has been exemplary in not issuing a CO in more than 10 years. And I think you should continue down that path and set an example for the city and the other taxing entities. We hear from staff a lot about the capacity to issue debt. How about the capacity to lower our tax? How about that capacity? That's another option that staff doesn't even seem to consider. Why not consider actually lowering our debt burden going forward? A lot of El Pasoans would really appreciate that if that were even within the realm possibility. Staff presented the debt obligation, the GO debt obligations of various cities, but that wasn't a good chart because it doesn't consider per capita debt. Some cities are bigger, some are smaller. Some counties are larger and more populous, some have less people. So that chart is not particularly useful and quite frankly is misleading. And let me just say this. I totally get the need to finance urgent items like the jail and the juvenile detention facility. But I want to point out that in the November 17th presentation, I've got it right in front of me, $20.8 million was earmarked for jail and the juvenile detention facility. And now we're looking at $41 million. And when I look at the resolution that's on the table before you, it's not only the juvenile detention, the jail, and the medical examiner's office. There's also some kind of a security upgrade countywide, which is part of that $41 million. And I don't know what percentage of the $41 million. How much is that security upgrade? $5 million, $10 million, $15 million? The $41 million is not itemized. And so the taxpayer and the media don't get to understand how that money is allocated. You know, if it were up to me, it would be a small issuance, 20, 30 million, you know, either as a tax anticipation note or better yet as a CO in that case, because at least it's challengeable if anybody wants to challenge it. And that everything else then goes on the ballot in the future, because really non-emergency items should be voted upon if you're going to issue long-term debt. I feel really, really strongly about that. You heard from Carla Sierra. She's, you know, visiting tens of thousands of houses with her group. And you're getting a real sense of how people feel about certificates of obligation and non-voter approved debt issuances in general. I love you guys. I think the county does a great job in so many areas. But, you know, I think there's a lot of risk here. Taxes where they are, El Paso being the most taxed major city in Texas, even though we're the poorest or one of the poorest major cities in Texas per capita. Thank you so much. In any case, please consider the needs of the taxpayer at this time. Thank you so much, all of you. Have a great Christmas.
Thank you, Dr. Grossman. Appreciate your time.
Judge, I was just going to address one thing for the court, just for your information. I know that there were provisions of the Texas Government Code that apply to the Texas Open Meetings Act with regards to agenda posting. The court and the county did meet their legal obligations in terms of posting the item 72 hours before. When you're talking about the notice provisions, you're talking about the actual language on the agenda to give the public the opportunity to understand and to know what is going to be discussed and considered by the Commissioner's Court. Of course, any final decisions are up to the court in terms of whatever action you are taking. So there were some it was cleared up at least during the, or information at least was provided to the court to consider in terms of what information may have changed from that information that was previously posted as the backup, and that is sufficient. So what is sufficient is your agenda language posting, which the county did fulfill when we posted this item on Friday. So there is no, in my legal opinion, no legal issue with that posting to the court for you all to move forward and take action. Of course, it's up to the court's discretion if you feel that you want to postpone it for a later time, but at this time, those obligations have been met.
Christina, just although we do meet the criteria, my concern at this time is that it's been brought up as something that I think will affect the optics and it'll affect our decision. And so I'm very concerned about that, and I would adhere to Max saying that we need to either postpone it and then put the information as it should be, because that little item could really sort of deviate from us. We're trying to be as transparent as possible, It was not intentional, but it can very easily be seen as intentional, sort of like the division of the two COs kind of thing.
Of course, Judge, and that is completely within the court's discretion in terms of what you feel about that posting. Always up to the court how they would like to handle that. So that's up to you all.
I don't know, Commissioner, any comments? I'm concerned about.
No, I stood up because I was stretching.
No, I know, but
Well, yeah, I think the caller is
join you.
correct. I always go by what our county attorneys advise. If there was such a big difference with what was with the 72 hours as compared was presented now, I'd agree that, yeah, maybe we ought to postpone it a little bit, but I think it was negligible, and I think it's still within the spirit of what we were trying to convey to the public.
I think it was very unfortunate that the backup was not what was ultimately presented to the court. And I know sometimes things happen and sometimes it can't be avoided. But I would just really like to ask our staff in the future to do everything humanly possible to try to avoid something like this happening, because we have very important, like this very, very important item that we may ultimately feel that we have to postpone, but then here we are, this is technically the last Monday meeting of the year. So at the same time, we don't want to do something that's going to cause even more issues with the problems that we're trying to find a solution to. I feel that although it is upsetting that the backup was not correct, and that the public didn't have 72 hours to review it, I feel that the work that staff did to explain what the difference was between the two presentations, I do feel that they did a good job of explaining that. So while I think it's very unfortunate and I hope it never happens again, I feel okay going forward, Judge.
Yeah, I think that I agree. I'm happy that the staff was able to lay out the differences here at the meeting. I think in the other presentation, they actually provided more information than was provided in the newer one, if I'm not mistaken. So, that, in my opinion, is not a huge discrepancy because they had more than, in one and then the other. And then they had more in the one that was up for a longer period of time than the other. So I think that I'm also okay moving on to vote and with the same request that we try to make sure things are up in time.
Great, thank you, Judge Commissioners. Again, we will work to ensure that our updated presentations are provided and posted as soon as possible in the event that there is a major update. And thank you for the direction and the opportunity to explain what those and clarify what some of those differences were and provide that additional context and information. Miguel, if we could pull up the PowerPoint presentation from the county. Yes, the PowerPoint, please. The combined one? So the options that the court has are here, right? And this was part of the original presentation that was posted on Friday afternoon or Friday morning. So the original proposal that the court heard last month, $100 million in certificates of obligation. At this point, we've broken it down now into 4 alternatives. The recommendation that Mr. Engs from Stiefel did offer was alternative C for the public safety infrastructure, given that it does reduce the county's total debt service, then that's largely due to the payment structure. We're going to see lower interest costs in this issuance than if we went with a certificate of obligation for that. And then if the court wanted to pursue certificate of obligation for the remaining 59 million, it would be alternative B there. Or subsequently, alternative C can be combined with either B, the 59 million CO, or D. There would be no action on D because that would come in the subsequent fiscal year, and we would just work internally on drafting that. So you can see that those combinations there. You can also combine A and B as well, but that is not our recommendation given the finance savings and the forecasted savings that have been identified by Stiefel. So we look for the court for your direction. We do have motions ready for all of the alternatives and can read those into the record at the court's request.
I'm sorry, your recommendation again is which are alternatives?
So utilize alternative C for the $41 million in the public safety infrastructure. And then if the court had an interest, you could also pursue alternative B, which would still be a certificate of obligation, $59 million for the remaining Tier 1 essential public infrastructure. This does still equate to the $100 million capacity the court has to preserve your tax rate. And again, these two issuances, based on the feedback and the analysis performed by our financial advisor, are not proposed to raise the county's tax rate.
And C might even bring it down, Jose?
I'll let Brad speak a little bit to this, but there is a possibility in the summer that after the values are received, the tax-based values are received by the county, that if they exceed what the growth rate that Stiefel forecasted, there is a possibility that in the summer months, the court could either consider a subsequent and smaller tax note issuance to keep the tax rate exactly at 5 cents, or forego that and the tax rate would actually come down. When you combine that scenario with the fact that our maintenance tax rate is inversely tied to our tax base, which means that as our tax base grows, our M&O comes down, there is a likely scenario in the future that at this time next year, the county could pursue these options, and if the tax base does grow, as is forecasted, actually adopt a lower tax rate than the one we have today.
So can I don't know if there's any more discussion, but I want to ask what the motion would be for B and C.
So for C, the language would be to direct county staff to work with the county's financial advisor and bond counsel to structure a $41 million tax anticipation note to fund critical public safety projects as presented by county staff. And then for B, it would be to approve and adopt a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue $59 million in combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation to fund Tier 1 essential public infrastructure projects and resolving other matters relating to the subject.
And we would ask those that would be taken separately, Commissioner.
Okay, so I'd like to move to approve both of those motions, and we can vote on them separately.
To be clear on B, we're just submitting a notice, but we're not taking action on a certificate of obligation.
That's correct. So if approved, the notice would be published, and then we would present information back to the court on January 30th, which would be the time that the court could consider authorizing a sale. That would also be the timeline for the public to provide feedback to the court through a variety of methods. Would ask for some direction on ensuring that we structure more public meetings, more public engagement to outline what exactly is included in both issuances and what the county's plans are. So just to expand on that after the holiday.
I'll second. Your motion is B and C.
B and C.
Knowing that we're going to vote separately on each one of the items. Is that correct?
And that we don't agree on the certificate of obligation till January the 30th. Because to me, that was really important because that's the way I focused last time was, you know, it's a notice, we get feedback, we can still change our mind, we can decide to be less or greater, but it does leave us open to that.
Well, not greater, sir, but less.
I'm sorry.
Right. These are the maximums,
Less,
and so we could restructure proposal based on feedback the county receives, the direction the court gives on a CO.
No more. I apologize.
So just to be clear, even though the motion is to basically vote on those two alternatives, but we're going to do that individually. We'll vote first on alternative C, and then we'll vote next on alternative B.
Okay, so I'll just make the motion that for alternative B first, and let's vote on it.
One second, Christine, I'm sorry. We can't hear you. 1 second.
I apologize. Approve and adopt a resolution of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, directing publication of notice of intention to issue $59 million in combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation to fund Tier 1 essential public infrastructure projects and resolving other matters relating to the subject. This is contract number 2022-1084 as posted on your agenda. That would be your motion.
Commissioner Olguin?
No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and then the second one, as I understand, for item C, we have already read the item into the agenda, which was item 10, which was the discuss and take appropriate action regarding capital finance methods and alternatives for county critical public safety and Tier 1 essential public infrastructure projects as outlined in the major capital plan. And that motion would be to direct county staff to work with the county's financial advisor and bond counsels to structure a $41 million tax anticipation note to fund critical public safety projects.
I'll make that motion.
I think the motion was already made
Oh,
by...
so I'll second that motion.
I think the second was already made by
Oh,
me.
okay. I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. We appreciate the direction. We'll be reaching out to your offices to discuss next steps in terms of engagement after the holidays and the coming new year. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank staff for, taking the direction and working so hard in this presentation. I think that y'all did a great job of laying out, what we did today, and I'm appreciative of the work, to look at other financing tools that is obviously helping us to get some of these projects done at a lesser overall cost. It's definitely in line with efforts that the county has made over many, many years to be fiscally responsible. And, it's affording us the opportunity to be where, that afforded us the opportunity to be where we are today. And, funding more than $100 million in much needed upgrades without raising the tax rate. I want to repeat that. I think it's worth repeating. We are not raising our tax rate by doing this. And I think that is just really so important. So thank you very much.
And then just for the record, for item 11, there was no action by the court.
Okay, item number 16, auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Government Code Title 10, Section 2256.003, please accept the attached investment report for the fourth quarter and 12 months ended September 30th, 2022. The investment report is located on the internet at http://epcounty.com/eppublications/investment quarterly.htm.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try to be concise. I'm Barbara Franco, First Assistant to the County Auditor, and today's presentation is on the county investments for the fourth quarter of fiscal year 22. Next slide, please. We bring this up with every one of our quarterly investment updates. The investment goals, we want to just remind you that per statute, the first goal is always safety, second is liquidity, in diversification, and of course, we also try to get a return on investment. Next slide, please. This slide gives you a rate comparison showing the Treasury rates are currently higher than the investment pool rates. Next slide. This is a quarterly investment update slide that shows you the comparison between this year and last year. Although the investment types have remained the same over the last 2 years, the mix has changed, and this is due to the changing rate environment. Last year we had more cash at the bank, and this year we have more in the pools as the rates continue to increase. Of the $120.9 million of the ARPA fund grants, $39.5 million is invested in the tax pool, and $80 million is invested in tax pool prime. The remaining $1.4 million is in cash. Next slide, please. This slide shows the historical market environment trends for rates since 2015, and you can see that there's a steady decrease over the last year in the rates. The Fed continues to increase rates, so we expect that to continue. We're expecting by the end of the year that the rates will be at 4%. Those will be the overnight target rates. Next slide, please. As of September 30th, 2022, the pool yield rates continue to increase while the Vantage Bank rate is flat. This is due to our contractual rate. The contract does have a clause in it to allow us to renegotiate rates in 2023, which we will do. And as noted on the maturity slide, we're keeping a minimal amount in the bank right now. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the types of investments in the prime investment pools. We currently invest in the Tex Pool Prime. We do show Texas Class on here, but mostly to let you know that the difference between the two is the commercial paper. Commercial paper is riskier than some of the other overnight funds. And so we do most of our investing in Tex Pool Prime because of that risk. Next slide, please. Once again, you can see in Tex Pool, the agencies and repurchase agreements make up the most of the type of investment, and then the maturity of the investment, because of that, is very short. It's 1 to 7 days. Next slide, please. This chart compares the portfolio's monthly weighted average yield to the benchmark 90-day Treasury bill yield, and factors that impact the portfolio yield are the amount of cash in the bank. The portfolio weight has increased by 204 basis points for September of 2022 when compared to September of 2021. This is due to the increasing interest rate environment. Next slide, please. This is the combined all funds at month end, and the county funds peak, and they peak in February and they decline through the rest of the year through to mid-December, and then they start going up again. This is because of how we collect property taxes. This year was slightly different because of receiving the second payment of ARPA funds mid-year, so you can see a little bump there in May and June. Next slide, please. This is strictly for the general fund. You can see that the low point for this fiscal year, or this past fiscal year in FY21, we had general fund of $88.6 million, and in FY20 was a general fund total of $73.5 million for the low points. But you can see that the investable funds reached their low points in mid-December and then start increasing from late December through mid-February. And once we reach its peak for investable funds in February, the general fund typically declines throughout the year until we reach that low point in December. Next slide, please. The debt service fund follows the same pattern as the general fund. However, disbursements occur in February, March, August, and September. And so the low point for the debt service fund is usually September 16th, which is the day after our final interest payment for the fiscal year, each fiscal year. Next slide, please. Capital projects, the primary funding source for capital projects are the bond proceeds and also the 2 cents from the maintenance and operation portion of the ad valorem taxes. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the investments by fund type as of September 30th. So you can see the majority of the investments are with special revenues, which includes the grant funds, including the ARPA funds. The next largest is the general fund. These fund balances include cash and investment, both as of September 2022. Be happy to answer any questions you may have. Next slide.
Any questions, anything? Barbara, thank you very much for the presentation.
You're welcome. The more detailed report is online.
Thank you.
The motion to accept, Judge.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Betsy, was item 8, did you delete that one after all, or?
Item 8 was postponed till January 9th.
No,
Yes.
18, I think. No?
On
You're
January
asking about
19th.
18?
No, I wasn't sure, because we talked about it, I wasn't sure.
Item 8, we asked to postpone
Oh,
till
yes, okay.
January 9th.
Correct.
And then item 18 is, we're still on for today. I thought we were going to delete or postpone it, but HR is prepared to go over the full presentation, or to go over the information for the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 18, Human Resources. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Fourth Amendment to the Master Service Agreement between the County of El Paso and Aetna Life Insurance Company for third-party administrative services for the county's health and dental plan and related services for plan year 2023. Funds are available in IS, health dental claims. Contract number 2022-0933.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. The purpose of today's agenda item is to seek the Commissioners' Court approval on the Fourth Amendment to the Aetna Master Service Agreement. As a matter of information, in 2018, the County of El Paso awarded a request for proposal number 18-030 to Aetna Life Insurance Company to serve as the county's third-party administrator for the county's health and dental plan and related benefits. Based on the RFP, the county, with the assistance of our health consultants and Aetna, developed the First and Second Amendment to the existing Master Service Agreement. The Master Service Agreement sets forth the terms and conditions under which Aetna agrees to render services and under which the county agrees to receive and compensate Aetna for such services. The services include TPA claims administration for medical and dental plans, managed medical and dental provider network, pharmacy benefit management programs, stop-loss reinsurance, COBRA and HIPAA administration, disease management programs, wellness programs and initiatives, employee assistance program, retiree medical insurance, Medicare Advantage plan, and third-party administrator eligibility services and IRS 125 pre-tax plan administration. The term of the contract is for a 3-year period with a renewal option of 3 additional 1-year periods. This agreement represents the second of 3 renewal options with a term beginning on January 1st, 2023 and ending on December 31st, 2023. The amendment maintains the existing terms, which will result in a 3% medical and dental fee increase to the county. It also includes enrollment of Aetna's Hello Heart program, which was first presented to Commissioners Court in the fiscal year 22 budget sessions. And it does complement other pharmacy programs that the court previously approved, such as the Prudent RX pharmacy program. The Hello Heart program is a program that focuses on heart health, including blood pressure and medication tracking, hypertensive crisis, and arrhythmia detection by using a mobile application with a wide array of tracking tools for participants. The cost for this program is $49 per participant per month from the Risk Pool Fund, and the projected return on investment is expected to double our initial costs. Currently, we have 968 identified members with hypertension that would benefit from this program. Of those, 598 members are taking hypertensive prescriptions. Currently, the drug spend through September is $44,000. And the county's RISPO board has recommended approval of the Fourth Amendment to the Aetna Master Service Agreement during the regular board meeting on November 16, 2022. At this time, does the court have any questions for staff?
Questions?
I just have one quick question. So this is the Fourth Amendment, and is this the fourth and final, or is there another one? Because I know the plan is to eventually issue another RFP, and I'm just trying to figure out, is that after this amendment, or will there be one more after that?
There is one more additional renewal option for next year, for 2024, and then at that time, we would be going out for an RFP.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just for a brief about that, Judge and Commissioners, this is one of those contracts, it's a very extensive contract, and it's one of our most expensive contracts. So we do realize we need to go out for RFP periodically, but it is extremely time-consuming, and it helps when we have a record of awarding a longer-term agreement. It will also help with companies because of the amount of work they have to put in the bid, and the amount of time that we have to put in. It helps us to make sure that we're not reissuing an RFP in like more frequently than every few years for this type of service. And so we'd ask for a favorable motion to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Fourth Amendment to the Master Services Agreement between the county and Aetna Life Insurance Company for the third-party administrative services for our health and dental plan and related services for Plan Year 23.
I'll make it. I'll second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Item number 19, Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the supplemental contract between owner and contractor with Gap Air Conditioning and Heating for the replacement of 7 rooftop units at the Sheriff Headquarters building. Funds in the amount of $112,181.26 are available in CIP 22 Facilities SOHQ Maintenance Renovation Repair. Contract number 2022-0848.
Good afternoon, Judge, County Commissioners. Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance Director. This item correlates with item 14 we discussed previously in reference to replacing the 7 HVAC units at the Sheriff's Headquarters. These units are old, outdated, and they are causing nothing but serious problems as far as being operational. We request your approval to replace these 7 units.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Sully.
Jessica and Judge, we and Commissioners, we're going to ask to postpone the executive session item until January 9th.
Okay.
Okay, item 20A, discuss findings regarding persons necessary in executive session, and 20B, discuss potential litigation involving the Constable's Office for Precinct Number 4, County Attorney's File Number 009622AA, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Can we have a motion to postpone till January 9th?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. This completes all the items on today's agenda.
Well, thank you. Whew. I don't believe it's that quick, but, well, thank everybody, our translators back there. We appreciate it. Our production team, our legal team, thank you so much. You guys have been incredible. Betsy and everybody else. Jessica, thank you. Everybody have a great week.
We'll see you all Thursday. Commissioner, I know that.
And
Betsy, your microphone? Betsy, microphone.
It'll be,
Thursday meeting at 9, special session, final meeting of the year. Starting at 9, you all have interviews, and then in the afternoon, you have some agenda items because of the, that we added to Thursday's item to finish out the year.
okay, thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:34 p.m.